with some DCSS. This is our very stealthy vampire. Yeah, NG Matt, I could do that. Channel point redemption for Terraria, I can add that for sure. I need to finish my Terraria run that I never bothered to win. Alrighty, so this is still Versailles' request, channel point redemption. A Vampire Enchanter who must kill everything by stabbing. Technically allowed to kill things without stabbing, but I am married to a crappy little dagger. I'm not allowed to use any weapon that's not a dagger. I cannot use any necromancy magic. I'm not allowed to use high-level summons. I am worshipping Okawaru. I have to be bloodless all the time. And I have to get 9 runes. And in general, I am supposed to basically roleplay the character as a vampire who is trying to be sneaky. And really, for the most part, only use sneaky magic. So I was given permission by Versailles to cast Discord at some point, and we might still end up doing that, but perhaps not, because we are in Shadow Dragon scale now. Oh, I never put these boots on. So, Barbarian is asking me why is Piety turned red. Well, Piety is both turned red and down to 1 star because I was killing TRJ, and I used an MO scroll and ended up blowing up some of my own guys, and they took damage from me, is how it counts when you do damage with the immolation fire. So if an enemy blows up and does damage to an ally, then you have attacked an ally, and Oka doesn't like that. So he's quite mad at me. I have put on my Amulet of Faith instead of Bloodlust on account of the fact that, well, I'd like to get out of this as fast as possible. So these are some of the Okawaru enemies that have already been summoned, but they're not going to give me any piety, so maybe let's just explore the rest of this floor and try to get some experience. Nice stabs here. Just ignore this blizzard demon. Whoa. How did he get paralyzed? How? Oh, that's hilarious. He went into the Chaos Cloud and it petrified him. Why did I do that? Well, it wasn't intentional. I didn't want to. Okay, it's Dazzle Flash. I'm supposed to kill things by stabbing, so that is what we're trying to do. Why are orange brains blindable? That's a great question. Nobody knows. Let's do this from a hallway, I guess. Actually, wait. My Contam is gone, so we'll just invis and stab to death. Yeah, you can blind orange brains, but for some reason you can't blind deep trolls. Doesn't really make a lot of sense to me either. Did we do Vaults 5? Surely we didn't do Vaults 5 yet. No, we didn't. They should add blindfolds to the deep troll art. Based. So yeah, Oka is just incredibly mad at me. The fact that with a Faith Amulet we haven't fixed this this penance is unpleasant, especially with I think it might be gated to experience gain, so you would think we'd be getting an awful lot of it, you know, in depths or whatever, but perhaps not. I'm just gonna get strength. Yeah, we did in fact find Enchantress, but it was just a +2 Fairy Dragon scale, so nope. No help really. Our core in it +3, like who cares, you know? I'd rather have my big fat Shadow Dragon scale so I can have big GDR, big AC, and still have the stealth, which ordinarily I really wouldn't care about, but because of the nature of the conduct run, we are forced by the rules to play a little bit differently than we normally would. Hey, greetings and slam. How you doing, man? Yeah, the fairy dragon armor can be very, very good, and it can be very bad. Just kind of depends on luck. I like the fact that we kind of sort of have vampirism, you know, in terms of when we get stabs, we bust out our fangs and get some HP back, but that's not going to really happen for me in Extended because it only works on living things. Been enjoying Hades, huh? I've heard good things about that. But I saw some things about it that made me not want to give them money. Bet we don't find a digging one, so the only ziggurat entrance is in Tomb. That would be unfortunate. I'd really like to do 5 or maybe 10 floors of a ziggurat, but let's blink. Nice, that stab gave me my HP back. We are in the middle of a whole lot of crystal, which means that these guys can double bolt me. Well, no, the thing about synthetic is, actually, I believe it was Alf who got that game for me, and then we found out I just couldn't get it to run correctly on my desktop. Yeah, Green Eggs and Slam, they are. You'll see. It's hard to miss. Okay, so I used Condenser Vein. Nice. Well, that's a temporary problem, though. You know, I will eventually, one day. Shit. Oh my god. Okay, fine. We're gonna get more clever about this. There, I'm no longer constricted. 56 HP is really not that much, unfortunately. If I had Acid Wand, I'd probably do that, but as it stands, this is actually a very, very dangerous situation. We do have a Blink Scroll. I'd rather not use it. I'm really confused. We actually just lost a piety point. How could that have happened? We didn't piss off Oka anymore. We have no allies. I guess that was just time going by without us actually gaining piety. We are Frail X3? No, we're not. We're Frail X1. We cannot telly. What we can do is use Box of Beast. So, hello, Floating Eye. Isn't that fucking cute? Wow. Oh, yeah, Bloodless. Yeah, good point. I have to do this. Wait, will it not let me? Huh, that's just a graphical glitch, I guess. Okay. We attacked the distracted Quicksilver Dragon, stabbing him and doing a bunch of damage and getting some HP back. This is still somewhat of an ugly situation, though. I might want to burn one of my 7 tellies, but if possible, you know, if possible, I'd like to avoid that. Sadly, this water is here, but we'll just kind of walk out of it. Nope, not at all, Green Eggs and Slam. Just, hit me up on Discord about it. It's not really something I can talk about on Twitch without risking my account. Certain politics, you know. Don't be too far Don't be insufficiently leftist on Twitch or you might lose your account. That's basically how it works. You would know what I was talking about if you had gotten to that part of the game yet. Let's take this hatch. Exactly, Tony. That's exactly what happens. Can we confusing touch this guy? No, we can't. So under the rules of the challenge, it's pretty tough to kill this thing. Can I just walk away? I have our elec. I should be able to just walk away. Oh shit. Okay. We'll tally. Interesting. Sentinel's mark. As though we were having not enough fun. Hey Anish, how you doing, man? Wow, he's just wandering away from me while blind. Huh. Yes, they really have, Tony. There's no question about that. Boy, Oka sure has a lot of wrath for me today. Hey, and there's some more. Okay, Green Eggs. Yeah, feel free. I just, there's just certain things that you really cannot criticize. You're not allowed to criticize on this platform, as you know. So, I mean, it's unfortunate, but it's just like a topic that's too dangerous to even talk about, really. Okay, I used Throw Flame to kill a Frost Giant due to the rules of the challenge. I couldn't really get a stab on him, so I used evocations instead. I guess I just could have meleeed him. That technically is allowed, but might want to start drinking potions of mutation soon to get rid of this. I think that's level 2 deterioration. Yeah, but probably not going to work out. Should I silence this guy? Hits for 55 damage. Yeah, let's silence. This is a little bit dangerous, but it's not too bad. I should be able to just out-melee him due to my shield and the fact that he wouldn't be casting spells. And again, the Titans are too strong. Well, it's certainly not an easy time under the rules of the challenge, but he dies of poison. There we go. The silence certainly helps. I just can't really dazzle them because they have too many hit dice. I think it's possible, but it's probably a very low percentage. Of course, I don't get to know because they messed with the targeter, so it's straight up impossible for me to find out what the percentage chance of getting a dazzle flash working on them is. I'd like to know what the chance of dazzle flashing the T-Mons is too, but without doing a bunch of math and looking up the code on GitHub, or maybe just looking up the formula in LearnDB if it happens to be there, there is no way to find out other than that. Which is a travesty, really. They had a working system and they broke it. Surely these guys see invisible. Yeah, they do. Can I confusing touch him? No, 0%. Okay, we'll wait for confusing touch to end. Blink away, it doesn't work. There we go. Rest up and we'll just melee him, I think. They are resistant to poison, but that doesn't really matter. They'll probably die of poison. Yeah, there we go. Feels very strange using poison shenanigans in depths as a way of killing things. Hey, Eversare, what's up, man? This is the sadist who got me to play this game. We got a stab there, but the golden dragon didn't die, which tells me that maybe I ought to train a little more in the way of short blades. There's no way that I can dazzle flash him. Let's just melee. Quicksilver dragon scales. I don't care about the large shield. We're very happy with shield of resistance. But yeah, our biggest problem really, outside of conduct stuff, is that we pissed off Oka. That's really unpleasant and lasting way, way, way longer than I thought it would. Particularly with the Faith Amulet. It'd be nice if there was a place I could go where we could really make use of Invis still, but we've pretty much exhausted that. Primarily that would be lair branches, but we've cleared those out, and to a lesser extent elf. Probably not crypt, I guess the derived undead, but those are easy anyway. Crypt in and of itself would be kind of horrible without evocation spam. Wonder what the next 5 runes are going to be. Well, we have to get 9 runes at least, so it's going to be... I don't know, I might go to Pandemonium and just try to ninja things. Well, it really depends, doesn't it? Depends on a lot of things. This is an awkward place to be because of the wall bounces. Crystal walls. Okay, we can blind storm dragons. Let's not do Angel Pan today. That's one of the things I was thinking of, but yeah, I don't know. If the hell effects are not so bad, then maybe going to hell would be better. Remember that stealth killing Hell Lords does not lead, or excuse me, stealth grabbing runes from Hell does not lead to the Hell Lord showing up on the orb run. The opposite is not true, you know, for Pan. If I go steal a Pan rune, the fun Pan Lords such as Lam Lobon will happily show up on my orb run, so if possible I'd like to avoid that. Oh hey, I can blind to Titans. If I do it enough times, I guess. Well, the big deal there is you just really wouldn't want to deal with Lam Lobon specifically. The rest of them are maybe not so bad. I guess I don't know, getting Firestorm by Cerebov doesn't sound so great, but you know. Interesting. Why don't we do this? Oh, right. Crystal Spear could straight up kill me here, because every single lich has it now. Do I think Dogecoin will explode? Well, I'm not going to give you financial advice, but my personal opinion is that buying into memes is a bad idea. Okay, we're going to silence because I don't want to die instantly here. Then we're going to take a step back and let all this stuff explode. Then we're going to use tremor stones. Based. Unless they're dank. Okay, so we absolutely could have died there. If I hadn't silenced, all it would take is one big LCS, you know? %chance to confusing touch. Still getting value out of that. I mean, I suppose we could train a bunch of hexes and just get the spell power. It feels very silly taking hexes to 27, but this is a very silly run, so that's okay. I have exciting news. Caustic Strikes are immune to blinding. Yeah, confusing touch, checking magic resistance is real sad. Huh. Can I just get a distraction stab on this guy? Would the game be so kind to me? Nope. 34% chance to confusing touch. It eventually works. Yeah. Look at me confusing touching Caustic Strikes. How do we beat a Juggernaut, you guys? You can see invisible. I'm sure that his MR probably beats my confusing touch. Too bad we don't get to find out until we cast it, although it's probably going to be very similar to Ensorcelled Hibernation, and that's only a 3% chance. Let's find out. 9%. Well, it'll eventually work. I just have to not die. I have enough HP that oh, hey, it worked. He couldn't just, like, instantly kill me. Confusing touch still works on them. It just is very tedious. We happen to get lucky there, but yeah, Spriggan HP would be a problem. Do you guys see invisible? Yeah, you do. Using touch, 0%. Okay. By the way, Okawaru is no longer mad at me, and we're going to get our piety back very quickly. And once it's maxed, perhaps we will switch back to the well, this is no good. God damn it, just two of them. We'll make a copy. But yeah, we'll switch back to Bloodlust here in a minute. Okay, so we got him confused, and then he immediately switches places with the Juggernaut in the front. Okay, we just took more damage than I'd like. See, like, this is a big meme on account of the fact that... Oh yeah, there it is. On account of the fact that, like, they just, like, they could do so much damage to me that if they hit me even once, then we're in trouble, because that puts me in one-shot range, so... I would really like to avoid teleporting, but I don't really have that luxury, it seems. Oh, hello! I'm gonna swing. I would never ever have done that if this was a streak game, because he could have killed me and I was low HP. But he was distracted, so I went for the flashy play. Okay, can I confuse you? 32%. Here's where we discover that not being able to draw blood is actually kind of unpleasant for this character. But yeah, everything is just sort of a slog at this point in the game due to the fact that our primary way of killing things is just not very good. Now, once upon a time, there was a way for stabbers to have a whole lot of fun in the end game, and that was through needles, which are now called darts. I believe it was Gary Burton who mentioned that maybe this might be a good game for Atropa, which makes me really, really quite sad. I mean, we can grab them, I guess, but just kind of feels bad because I don't want to have to train throwing, but we may end up having to just to be able to create stabbing situations. There's no more sleep darts, which were those were the fun one. Instead, we can just confuse with darts, and I don't even know, they may have even ruined it to where they may have even ruined it to where you can't do it to resist poison enemies. I guess I'll have to check. Living or demonic being, I don't know. We'll see. No, the effect is throwing and stealth based. It used to be purely throwing based. Max out spell casting before you can leave. That wouldn't be so bad. Okay, first of all, let's just see. Atropa Dart, 83% chance to hit, 18% chance to blind on hit. So, you know, I would be very interested to see what my chance of Dazzle Flash is compared to that. I bet it's not as good, but that's still, for a limited resource, 18% is just not really going to cut it. You know, if I want to turn it into like a regular way of killing things. Cannot net this guy. Barbarian's asking me what I'm planning to do to kill strong Zot enemies, and I honestly don't know yet. I was gonna... Whoops, I did not mean to move that many times. Whoops. Tying stealth into darts is wacky and unintuitive. Well, yeah, but these people... If you're sitting here waiting for the devs to do something that makes sense, then you'll be waiting an awful long time. I tell you what we're gonna do is we're gonna curare this guy. That's the ultimate use of curare, probably, is to do it to a juggernaut, because then they're slow and you can do this stuff. Nice, confused. There we go. Do I have LCS? Versera, you can't change the rules on me at the last minute and say that I'm allowed to be a conjurer guy, which would be a very weird turn of events indeed for this dude with a -3 conjurations aptitude. I see that your request has completely fallen off the rails, is what you're saying to me. You know, this might be a little more interesting if Atropa, aka the Confusion and Blind Dart, just worked like Curare, where it just kind of happens to anything that's not resistant to poison. If they really had to change it. The rules are getting galaxy brained. Indeed. Hey, there's that floating eye that I... Well, that's actually a second one. We killed the other one. Confuse the Shrike again. Try to get a stab. I don't think I can be flayed here because he can't see me. A real mark trap, yeah. How about that? Oh my god, a third floating eye? You've got to be shitting me. Oh, wait a minute. I need to drink a flight, because these guys can see me, because I got dunked in the water. Option is there for you, friend. I mean, does it have to be LCS or could it be Iron Shot? Because we could actually get Iron Shot online, I suppose. Absolute garbage knife, yes, indeed. We have Petrify. Well, see, the interesting thing about Petrify is, yeah. No, I've noticed that we have it for sure. It's just, basically, I'm struggling to think of the enemy that we would want to use it on that we couldn't simply use Confusing Touch on. Is that a fourth floating eye? How many floating eyes are going to show up here today, I wonder? It's got to be LCS. See, you're just gonna see the mistake you're making is you're encouraging me to farm Abyss basically for experience until LCS is online. Yeah, Spriggan's Knife can only show up when I'm playing like a Deep Dwarf Artificer of Mokleb. It's the only time you're allowed to have it. Check it out, we're gonna rebrand this dagger. Electrocution, okay. I mean, if you found Spriggan's Knife on D1 or something, on an Ogre Berserker, you'd be pretty happy to see it. It's still a +7 weapon. It would just wear out its welcome very quickly, is all. Oh. Oh, baby. That's right. So we got a nice Garyon stab there. Got the Horn of Garyon. Well, for Sarah, I might do that. We will see. Have a feeling though this character probably just wants to make do with being very shitty in melee. Because of the fact that we have this highly enchanted Shadow Dragon armor. Iron Trolls don't know how to sleep, but they know how to get confused. Vampire's Tooth, Quick Blade. That would be up to Versailles if I'm allowed to use that. Technically, that's against the rules. Hey, if you want iron troll armor, you got to play B-Crawl, which I highly recommend. Okay, enchant armor. We'll enchant the Shadow Dragon scale some more. We can drop that Profire. We can drop the Ring of Flight. Oh, I should be wearing Ring of Protection instead of our core all the time, probably. Maybe I was thinking of Iron Dragon armor and not Iron Troll armor. Oh, Zot, it's going to be interesting because I'm sort of incentivized to go into Zot just for experience, because of the fact that Draconians are a big joke if you have Invis. Like, they're one of the few late game things that will let you hex them, so. That's an artifact dagger. Hello. Too bad it's garbage. Shout out to the +3 dragon skills. That's a yeah. No, it's a Shadow Dragon all the way. I do find it kind of funny that I ended up having to be incentivized with the strangest of conducts in order to actually want to wear some Shadow Dragon armor for once. It seems like the kind of thing you really only wear it. Oh right, let's Storm dragons can't see invis. You really only wear Shadow Dragon armor usually when you just find it early on and you're like, oh hey, this is experience. Or I mean, this is AC rather. I meant to say. Thought we might have found a good dagger. Nope. Even if we found a good artifact dagger, it's still going to have a crappy base damage. The only dagger that I'd be well and truly excited to find would be Spriggan's Knife, I think. This is kind of interesting. I can get my HP back every time. Why can't you be put to sleep? Okay, it's a ring mail of cold resist, I see. Well, we can... No, the thing is there are quick blades available and lots of them. It's just because of the rules of the conduct we're not allowed to use them. Dagger of Woe? Is that new? What is that? Never heard of such a thing. Rapiers of Speed. No, we found I think we found a really nice Rapier of Speed early on, and because of the rules of the conduct, we had to pretend that we did not find such a thing. Found multiple. Yeah. Yeah. Hello.
Hello.
What's up? That is a very strong smelling coffee.
It is?
Well, it's like I heard you fooling around in the kitchen, and then I smelled something. And
You
I
can
was
smell
like,
it from here? Or from
all the way here, yeah. And I was thinking, what the hell is that? And it turns out it's coffee.
That's for you.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. I've been brought a nice steamy mug of very interesting smelling coffee. Mm. Oh, it tastes good. Yeah, that was my mom. That was my roommate. It's my fiance. It would be illegal if that was also my mom, but I suppose not unheard of. Isn't there some kind of coffee that the beans have to be pooped out of some animal in order for them to be properly roasted into coffee? Am I making that up? Is that a meme? Is that a real thing? Poop coffee. They talked about it in Persona 5. The best girl in the game talks about how she wants to ask the talking cat to do that for her, and it's a very weird scene. Oh, it actually is cats. Anyway, what do we do? We still have vaults to do, man. This character's gonna have a hell of a time in Vaults 5, but he's gonna give it a shot. Did something drop on this floor? Are you brain farting? I think you're brain farting. I mean, we had this artifact dagger drop, but that's not very particularly useful. I guess we could swap back to Bloodlust at some point, and that would turn us into a somewhat less crappy melee guy. So there's a hatch going into Vaults 5. So that's quite good. If we didn't have the shield, we would have splatted by now. Probably not. I probably would have played a lot more carefully if I didn't have the shield. But yeah, it's opened up. It's made me willing to take risks where I otherwise wouldn't. I mean, and again, that wouldn't really be the case if this wasn't a game where I'm not streaking, but doesn't Discord auto-win Vault 5? Sort of, but I mean, we can... Actually, we almost have it online. It's kind of an interesting... like, we can cast it, I suppose, especially if we were to take off the Shadow Dragon scale, but I'm actually kind of curious if... Uh-oh, Insta-telly. I'm kind of curious if Oka will be mad about me casting it. I don't think he will be, but let's just get some stabs, yeah? Come on, man. Really? 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 Alright, there we go. Was there an artifact cloak? I guess there was. There is. Vampire ninjas. Apparently I am being forced to play a vampire ninja, it's true. Luckily this really doesn't make much noise. We're gonna have to just melee this guy. Yeah. No, I take back what I said about the AoE on that being silly. There is a good reason for it. It helps because it's kind of like rolling multiple times for different monsters, right? So the low chance of success is reduced a bit in reality because you're having a chance to do it to multiple enemies. And yeah, I'm sure it got bigger. Yes, that's right, Versailles. This is against my will. I will always complain about difficult request runs that were not paid for with cold hard cash and or Bitcoin. Disjunction? Well, we have a -2 translocation zapped. As much as I'd like to have a spell like that. Actually, here's a curious use of disjunction. Does it ever distract people? You think it would, because it's like teleporting them all over the place. Oh, it makes a little purple square around you where things get blinked away from you. Basically, the way that this character would use this is he would use it to just walk up to runes and take them and then walk away and not give a single solitary shit about what anything around him is doing. It's an incredibly powerful spell. I used to use it on orb runs on characters that couldn't worship Zen back when I was like really obsessed with raising my orb run success rate to 100%. But then I just kind of got better at the game and realized it wasn't necessary to go through such trouble, particularly since the change happened to where you can use controlled blink on the orb run now, so it's kind of a moot point entirely. Orb run's a joke again. Still a really cool spell. I just don't see this character using it. It's level 8 and I have -2 aptitude. That is a spell that if you find it on a Spriggan, it behooves you to use it. Does equipping redundant plus will help against strip willpower? Yes. Yeah, absolutely. If I remember correctly, strip willpower works the same way as every other anti-willpower effect like the one from the Phantasmal Warriors. I think it just halves your willpower, so of course if you have more, you know, half of a bigger number is more than half of a small number. But I could be wrong about that. Okay, it's the Ancient Lich. We know exactly what book he has. Everything needs to be as random as possible. Well, apparently not, since they've taken away the books here. I don't want to make too much noise, but I think we're gonna sort of be trapped here, so why don't we just go ahead and make the Box of Beasts. We're gonna silence here in a second. Sure wish we could file a Floods him. Let's copy him. And the thing is, he could just, if he felt like it right now, he could just kind of LCS twice, going right past the Ice Dragon, and he could do almost 300 damage to me. Isn't that cool? He could actually one-shot me, even just with one of them. So, we don't really have a choice. We have to use silence. It is what it is. We're going to use the Condenser Vein. Let's see, I need to be very careful because I only have so much time on my silence. I'm now limited in what I can do. No, Oka's not mad at me. He won't get mad about clouds for whatever reason. I guess because it doesn't do direct damage when it first gets summoned. And I think they had to walk into that. But the ongoing damage doesn't count as mine. I couldn't tell you why. Actually, I'm going to charm. I've always called the Wand of Enslavement, I've called it Mind Control because of my time playing D&D. They recently changed the name from Enslavement to Charm, I guess because of political correctness or something. I always thought that the theming of some kind of like borderline evil magic that, you know, enslaves your mind was really poignant and interesting, but I guess you're not allowed to do or say anything that might offend the tender sensibilities of people who used to love Tumblr. So now that's the Wand of Charming as of I think today. It's wonderful, right? I love being as politically correct as possible, even if it reduces interesting themes. It's problematic. Oh my god. Okay, so we are limited in what we can do here. I would like to Lightning Rod, but I can't because I will piss off Oka, because I will hit my own guys. Is there any stealth from silence? You know, that's a really good question, and I don't know the answer. Actually, no. The spell's oppressive, unnatural effect will greatly hamper stealth. So, the opposite. Oh my god. I love bots. I love when bots spam my channel. So yeah, I'm taking a minute here because I'm trying to think of the best thing to do here. Do not click that link. Almost definitely a virus. I guess we just melee him? This is so weird. We can't even use the horn because it won't work under silence. There's not a whole lot of options that we have here. I suppose I should drink a might potion. Just kidding, we don't have one. We have a haste. If I just swing, this thing should die. There's a chance it gets distracted. There we go. As soon as it got distracted by my allies, I just snuck up behind him like the sneaky vampire thief that I am and, you know, did a little bit of a stealth attack on him. Yeah, we're not gonna use our last haste. Having allies is really good. Nope. That's a great sword. We aren't allowed to use such a thing. Oh wait, no, he gifted us a battle axe. I have no axe training, so I couldn't really tell you why he would give me such a thing, but whatever. I do find it funny, by the way, that as soon as we went down, we got auto-teleported to the top left, which is kind of exactly where you want to be. Like, you want to be in a corner if possible. It actually kind of makes sense, Green Eggs and Slam, because, think about it. I'm in the dungeon, and all of a sudden, everything gets silent around me. Have you ever worn, like, a pair of noise-canceling headphones, like the kind that, not even necessarily the technological ones, but just like the earmuff things that people wear when they're shooting off guns and don't want to damage their hearing? It's sort of freakish if you keep them on for too long. The sensory deprivation or whatever. I feel like that's going to put people very much on edge, so I can see the logic there, to be honest. Now, if it was a silence spell, if it was a silence spell that only affected like sounds that you are making, it would make a little more sense. But this is a silence spell that creates a like an unnatural silence for a massive area. So I get it. I would notice that immediately and be like, what the hell is going on? Which happens to me all the time, because magic is real. You know what, I'm going to cast... Whatever, I'll do it at 36% fail rate. I'm going to cast this just to see if Oka gets mad about it. So we cast Discord at very low spell power, and it pissed off the Hornet, who is now fast, strong, frenzied, and insane. Oka's not mad yet. I am rather curious if he would get mad if I attacked that guy. god, how horrifying. Yeah, I know, I was about to say, this is the scariest thing in the game. Can we put this guy to sleep? 37%. I'm just gonna put on Confusing Touch. Actually, this is too much shit. Might have Hasted Hornet, yeah. It's no joke, man. Alright, this is reasonably safe, I guess, for me to go ahead and make a little bit of noise. But then again, maybe I could... Hey, Del Taco Eater. Yeah, no, I actually think that's pretty thematic and interesting. And if you think about it, it does make sense. Let's Condenser Vein. Just kidding. We got the worst cloud for this situation. Arguably the best cloud for other situations. Okay, come on, little guy. Little juvenile shock-weird beast. Hanging out in my cloud like an asshole. Alright, that's it. We're gonna Lightning Rod. Make about 1 billion decibels of noise. So much damage possible here, but it is what it is. I think I'm gonna copy this guy now. There we go. Good, nothing else came. Fun ring on this guy. The Ring of Shaolin, which has gone through several name changes, and throughout all of them I have refused to call it by anything other than the Ring of Shaolin, because that's a cool name. It turns you into a Shaolin monk. It is not the Ring of the Hair, it is not Ring of Phasing. It is the Ring of Shaolin. Well, it was called Shaolin in the very beginning, then it changed to Phasing, and then it changed to, I guess, this, because they can't decide what it should be called. I think we are going to pop on Bloodlust again. Remembering that we cannot Berserk. So it's really very safe to have on. Well, I mean, I just wish that it wasn't for political reasons so often, you know? Like them changing the name of the Sword of Jihad because they thought somebody would get offended by it, even though that's a real dictionary word, and incredibly thematic. Super, super cool item, especially in the hands of, in the hands of a Beog worshiper, right? You know, if you think about it, you are quite literally leading a holy war or a holy struggle if you're playing as a Beog orc, right? I can't think of a better character to have that item on than an orc worshipping Beog. But that name was, I guess it was offensive for some reason. Foreign words are racist to use. Yeah, I guess that's their logic. I don't know. It doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me, but what do I know? I don't know. Woke Scolds. Dude, I like that. That is... Did you make that up? I've never heard that before, but that's a really clever way to describe these people. Woke Scolds. Extremely common. Sorry, I only hang out with right-wing troglodytes, so... Our terms for things are more offensive. Trog worshippers, yeah, we all worship Trog. Why can't I put him to sleep? Ah, he has cold resistance. Odds of that PR getting through? Well, 100% if you're best pals with the devs. And 0% otherwise, like most things in the game, really. I was kind of, I'm not going to go on too much of a political rant here, but I was kind of thinking today about exactly how much overlap there is in the far left and the far right when it comes to hating corporations. I think that there's way more common ground there than probably either side wants to admit. And if you could just, like, get over the social issues, you would, there would be just a lot of room for communication there. God, this is too bad. If this cloak was +2, that would be a great improvement over the Cloak of MR, but we don't, I mean, we don't need the MR, but I think I want 2 AC more than I want 4 int at this point. My AC is actually quite important because I finally have GDR, right? And our magic is fine, it's just we're not really, probably never going to really have a particularly powerful Discord. But, yeah, no, I mean, the big, I guess you would call it a conspiracy theory, maybe, I don't know. The big thing that nobody talks about that I buy into, the number one thing like that, for me, is the idea that, you know, Occupy Wall Street was co-opted with social issues in order to protect corporations. Holy shit, this is bad. We're slowed. Let me, this is actually quite dangerous, but I'm going to teleport, and it sent me somewhere that's relatively safe. But I mean, before people started making it about, you know, social issues rather than everybody banding together to point out exactly how evil the bankers and stuff on Wall Street were behaving and how predatory and parasitic and so on and so forth. Before it was co-opted by social issues, you had a surprisingly powerful movement that just experienced a sort of crib death, you know, after it took the poison pill of, oh my god, we have to, now they're like dividing among racial lines and sexual orientation and all this stuff. And if you have people hopping on, you know, from foot to foot, worried about being mad about that stuff, you know what they're not doing is they're not noticing the fact that the upper class in this country, and basically every country, but especially Western countries, has enough money to buy and sell each of us like slaves, you know. It's really kind of a fucked up situation when you have people who have literally millions of times more money than they would possibly ever be able to spend for their own. Like, how many, think about this, like how many times more money do you need to maintain yourself? Like, before you know what I mean? Like, let's say it takes 100 units per year, you know, we'll abstract it, to keep yourself alive and at a decent standard of living. Does it really make sense, really, for people to exist who have a billion units? I mean, is there any amount of work that they could be doing that is valuable enough to the human race that could be justified? Is that possible? Did they save the human race somehow? Like, what is it that they did? You know, and it's funny because I consider myself pretty heavily right-wing, but the views that I'm expressing right now, you could definitely make the argument that that they're leftist fundamentally, you know, which is kind of funny. Yeah, well, see, I deserve a million. I deserve a billion units because what I've done for the human race is I have perfected streaking in Dungeon Crawl Stone Soup, which, if you think about it, is probably the most important thing anybody has ever done. You could cure cancer, but you would never be as cool as a guy who can win 60 games in a row in Dungeon Crawl Stone Soup. So that's why you should pay me. Anyway, we've had an easier time on Vaults 5 today than I was really expecting. I thought this character was going to have just like a hell of a time here, but really not that bad. I deserve at least 1 million units for putting up with this challenge. You bet I do. That's absolutely a fact. Need 9 more wins before you can retire the streak. Yeah, I got really tired of playing in the tournament, but I mean, we do have to get to that magic number, don't we? I mean, the run itself, in terms of, you know, how hard is it to play, I don't know. It's, I think that once it's off the ground, you're right. It's pretty damn winnable. However, certain enemies present challenges that kind of suck resources out of you, due to the rules of what we have to do here, you know. And they otherwise wouldn't be sucking resources out of you, you know. But yeah, I mean, it's perfectly winnable. Most things in DCSS, you could have me do all manner of ridiculous things, and unless you get to something as restrictive as like the Mumo challenge, it's going to be very, very difficult for you to create something that continues to be horribly challenging into the end game, in a way that will actually make me lose. And chances are good that if you do create that, then it's just like RNG bullshit, you know? Like, I would consider Mumo to be RNG bullshit, because the problem is it restricts so many resources from you that it's a matter of like how many monsters above speed 10 do you run into that can beat you, you know? And do you still have the resources to not die to that? GME thing makes me look more highly on Bitcoin. Why is that? Oh yeah, there's cosplay stuff that's challenging, for sure. That's really fun. Green Eggs and Slam. Of course, there's some RNG involved in that too, you know. Well, that's what yeah, exactly, Tony. That's the thing, is like, it's not impossible to manipulate, you know, the Bitcoin markets, the cryptocurrency markets, but it's rather transparent, and someone is going to notice and call you out, is the thing. Whereas there are all manner of like shady bullshit tricks that that hedge fund owners and the SEC and all these market makers and stuff can do behind the scenes that you may not even know about. Of course, they were very blatant about it with this. They just put in a little call to the brokerages and said, oh yeah, don't sell people this stock. And so they didn't for a whole day. And it killed the bull run in its infancy. And then the next day it's like, oh yeah, you can buy some GameStop stock. But you can only buy 2, then half the day goes by, people are buying still, and they're like, oh, what did we say 2? Sorry, you can only have 1 GameStop stock. So basically, Robinhood has dunked its credibility directly into the toilet. Anybody who trusts Robinhood as a brokerage is a fool at this point. Any brokerage that limited, and this is actually kind of good that this happened in a sense, because now you can look and you can see which of these people are honest, and which of these people are just, you know, they're all untrustworthy, but which of them are openly untrustworthy, you know? Which of them are willing to screw you over in a blatant and humiliating fashion. So, I mean, that's, for years to come, we're going to be able to look back on this day and say, which brokerage did that? All right, don't use that service, because it's run by clowns, you know? Oh, well, they were front-running your trades, probably. They were literally helping non-retail investors, you know, industry investors, screw you over harder by giving your trading data or selling your trading data to them, you know, as soon as it happened. I don't know, if it's so complicated, markets are so complicated, but if you start to look into exactly how some of this stuff works, you start to realize that the whole system is just completely broken. It's like a bizarre shell game. And a lot of it is run by computers at this point, just like automated trading. So back when Trump was president, he would make a tweet, and the scripts would pick up on something he was talking about, like it sees the word trade war in one of Trump's tweets, and then the market goes down. And it's just like, how did this happen? It's like, oh, it's because robots are doing all the trading, you know. Anyway, it looks like we didn't really find much in Vaults 5. Well, see, I was playing blackjack at the casino, and I hit, and then I got to 20, and then I said stand, and the dealer, he says to me, sorry, bro, you busted. And I said, what? No, I said I'm standing. Why would I hit on a 20? And he says, well, well, due to the risk to the casino, we've decided that you can only place hits. You cannot place any stands at this table. Oh man, it's basically what happened. Where are we gonna go? We've done Vaults 5. We've done Slime. We've done all of Depths. We could go into Zot and get ourselves some free Draconian kills, but dealing with Orbs of Fire would be a little bit hellish. Yes, Tony, exactly. Like, they're just blatantly cheating. I mean, it's funny because that is actually a really good analogy, because the hedge funds shorted more stock than what actually existed, you know? How does that make sense? If you know how shorting works, it literally makes no sense whatsoever. Oh, you know, there are like, it's, okay, so like to put it in terms of something physical, it's like, okay, 10 pieces of bread exist in the world. They essentially borrowed 15 pieces of bread, you know? There is no way that you can pay that off because it doesn't exist, you know? 19 curing. We actually have exactly 19 curing, although I'm very loath to give all of those up just for the sake of a mystery trove, which could be total garbage, you know? Curing is a very good resource, you know? If I can't unconfuse myself, we've got a real issue. You understand how to have more than 100% of something? Well, yeah, you just work at a hedge fund, bro. And then you can get away with anything, apparently. Oh, man. Well, I guess we can go to Crypt and maybe try to get some stabs and just see what happens. Okay, we cannot dazzle flash these fellas, but we can confuse them. I mean, it works. 50% imaginary stocks. Looks like we'll be using a lot of confusing touch today. I like how it's walking away from me. Technically, that's not likely to happen, but when it's convenient for the enemy to walk away, confuse works like it used to. When it's inconvenient for them, it works the new way. Do we have to worry about Dispel Undead? Yes, we do. But only from a very particular set of monsters. Really just the Revenants, I think. I've got some imaginary stock to sell you. Well, you guys want to know something really messed up. Robinhood, I've been sketched out by Robinhood for quite some time. Ever since they announced that they were doing crypto trading. Okay, so you guys know that I know a good bit about cryptocurrency. I've got a website about it. I can, you know, teach people about it, whatever. Well, Robinhood says that they're selling crypto a while back, right? And then you can buy it from them, but you can't take it off of their platform and put it into your own private wallet. You're just basically taking these dickheads at their word that they're holding Bitcoin. There's no proof. As best as I can tell, they've never been audited. And yet they're selling like, oh, I'm selling you Bitcoin. Picture me, you know, making little air quotes with my fingers because I am right now. Oh yeah, I'm gonna sell you some Bitcoin. And so it's in your account, and you see some little numbers on your phone that says, oh, I own, let's say say you blow $30,000, like I own 1 Bitcoin. And it says that in your little Robinhood account, but you can't put it in your private wallet, and there's no evidence that this Bitcoin actually exists. So they very well could be pulling like an SLV ETF type thing, like the silver ETF, where it's not fucking tied to anything really, where it's just like there's more paper silver in the world than real silver in the world. They could be doing the exact same thing with crypto. We don't know. And the fact that like it's Robinhood doing it is outrageous. I think that Cash App, Jack Dorsey's bullshit company, was trying to do the same thing for a while. I don't know if that changed at any point. I think they might have changed that policy. But the point is, if it's not your keys, if you don't control the keys, you don't control the Bitcoin. And the fact that people would just sort of take their word for it, like we don't know anything about their reserves, if any. So if Robinhood goes under, I'm not 100% on this, but I don't think any of that shit is insured either. So legally speaking, I think they actually could just walk away with your Bitcoin, you know, your quote-unquote Bitcoin, which may or may not exist. So if, you know, if you're ever going to buy, if you're ever like trying to learn about Bitcoin or ever tempted to buy some, don't do it on Robinhood. That's not professional, like, financial advice, but it is my opinion. I would never, ever, 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 ever buy Bitcoin on Robinhood because it's not really, I mean, you don't have any proof. You don't have any proof that what you're buying is Bitcoin. You're buying numbers in Robinhood's database. Hey, there's our wand of digging, finally. Based. Yeah, we could go into a ziggurat, perhaps. But let's finish out Crypt. This is definitely a character that needs to... he needs every benefit he can get. Anti-digging action has gone to comedic extreme, so this was probably... I don't think he's messed with the RNG after he did it the first time, although it was dumb, the change he made the first time. I think a lot of this game has simply been bad luck. Yeah, right, 4 runes in. Oh, can we do it? Can we do it? Based. One-shot Jory. Looks like I'm the Jory high roller now. Get owned, Jory. I wish there was some way for me to increase my my stealth further. You know, in theory, these little pluses could become stars, right? But, I guess we could wear a ring of stealth. Cast statue form. Wait, that's not allowed. Even further beyond. That's right. But I mean, I feel like we're just barely on the cusp of being able to walk through endgame areas just tabbing everything. We're able to do that like a little bit. But not quite. Come on, bro, get confused. Switch to the shining one. Yeah, let me get right on that. 2% chance to confuse this guy. That doesn't seem very good. We can try it, but it's almost definitely not going to work. Nope, confusing touch ran out. We will have to simply melee him. Hey, Senshi, what's up, buddy? Oh, whoa, shit. Wait, what am I doing? Uh-oh, this is the guy. I love the fact that they were so lazy they didn't bother to write how much damage this does. Oh, wait, no, it is there. Oh, these incompetent bastards! Look! Yeah, there's no way to turn off confusing touch. Look at this. There's a number. There's a number that you can't fucking read. This is what I'm saying when I joke about how these people literally do not test their code. They just don't, they don't even look. They just put it in. I'm shocked that they even bother to make sure it compiles. Hey, doesn't he? What's up, man? They don't play tiles. But I mean, this is like the 100th dumbass thing I've seen in the last month in DCSS where it just makes it clear that they didn't even look.
Yeah. Fuck you! Yeah. Fuck you! You fucking
very good,
no-brain pussy! Fuck you!
That's a little, perhaps a little louder than it should be. Sorry if I burst anybody's eardrums there. Don't worry, this Revenant has infinite will. That makes sense. Can I silence him? Probably not. Actually, yeah, I can, but the file won't work because he doesn't breathe. However, if I put something between me and him, like that Reaper, or my friend here, or my friend can just, like, go over here like a jerk. I'm just gonna silence. Come on, Mr. Pokemon, deal with him for me. There we go. Infinite willpower or no brain. Right, exactly. This all makes a lot of sense if you just turn your own brain off and don't think about it very much. she see invisible? Yes, she does. Distraction stab did not kill her. Gotta get those short blades to 27, bro. Can we do this? Yeah, we can. Based. Bye, Susan. Yes, indeed. But yeah, I would report that bug, but last time I reported a bug to the DCSS devs, they yelled at me for reporting the bug. And so I never reported a bug again. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. Yeah, that is pretty funny. Green Eggs and Slam, although I think what's really supposed to be happening is like you were such a butterfingers that you failed. You missed him even though he was on the ground. How did that ghoul get slowed, I wonder? Oh, the Wraith attacked him because he was blind. Or something, I guess. Gotta be careful not to get reflect stabbed here. So, can we talk about how silly it is that Dazzle Flash just kind of doesn't work against undead? Do they not have eyeballs? What's the deal? Why can't I blind dead things? It's not exactly like a holy attack. They just live with the pain. Yeah, me too, bro. How do you deal with your pain? I just live with the pain. It's just a picture of the goose from Blade Runner. This is now a meme channel where I describe memes that I've seen on 4chan.org. Yeah, I know this is the Dispel Undead guy. I'm trying to think about how I want to kill him super fast. The non-ranged version is the one the player gets. Okay, so we got Poison Cloud. How lame. I guess I'll use Box of Beasts. As we did before. Let's let this guy approach. I'm safe as long as I have this thing between me and him. I'm just gonna let him win, basically. There we go. That one costs 5,000 bits, Green Eggs and Slam. I'll add that. I wonder if I can add that as a bit reward. You know, actually, that's annoying. I don't know how it is that I would set up a thing that lets people play audio or video. I know that it's possible. I know that it's possible, but I don't know how to do it. Does anybody know off the top of their head, is there like a plugin for that? Or because as best as I can tell, there's no way to say, I'm sending bits for this particular purpose. It would have to be some kind of donation thing that's completely outside of Twitch. Come to think of it, actually, I could do this. You know what I could do? I could do this on my website through just a traditional payment processor. Have like a product on there that's like just Twitch stuff. Have it send a signal, like a socket connection thing or something. I don't know. And I'm already sort of doing that in a sense with the channel points. Have the same program handle that. And so you go on my site, you pay $5, and then Thanos shows up on my... Thanos shows up. I could even do a thing... actually, I could set up a thing that lets you play whatever video or audio that you want. And I'm sure this kind of thing already exists, and I won't have to reinvent the wheel if I don't want to, but I kind of like being totally in control of my own stuff. Also, I don't want people really... able to play the racist DuckTales song on my Twitch because I'll just get banned if somebody does that. So maybe the second part of that idea wasn't so good, but the rest of it maybe. Media share programs exist. Yeah, I'm gonna have to look into how that works because I don't know. I have a different thing for follows, raids, and subs. Is there not a way to have different things for certain quantities of bits? See, that's what I'm asking. That's the question I'm asking because I think the answer is no. I don't think that that exists within Twitch itself. You would think that it would, right? Racist DuckTales homies. Life is like a hurricane. Okay, so big problem. We tried to go for the distraction stab, didn't work. And I don't get to turn into a tree because I'm stuck in bloodless form. So how do we deal with this dude in a way that doesn't just make me die super duper fast? Infinite Will, aka Magic Immune. Gosh, I don't know. Politely ask him not to torment me. Well, you would think I would be immune to torment. Am I immune to torment? No, because resist negative would be infinity if I was. It's bizarre, but bloodless vampires are not considered undead anymore, I don't think. Which is really super duper stupid. I guess I could be wrong about that. We don't have wands of acid. Maybe we just horn. Okay, good. We got two good ones. And then Phantom Mirror, one of my Hell Beasts. And they will do big boy damage for me, right? What's his MR like? It's infinite, so I literally cannot confuse him. Once upon a time you could confuse and touch things like this, but not anymore. We'll just swing, and maybe my Hell Beast can do it. Nope, he sent my dudes away. Okay. Okay. I'm gonna go invis so that I can't be flayed. We're gonna use Wand of Flame, which now creates a steam cloud. Though he's resistant to fire, so I actually don't think that does anything. He is resistant to electricity, but I bet this does more than my crappy little dagger. He's not tormenting me. I don't know if that's a matter of luck or if I actually am immune to torment. I don't think I am, though. It would say it right here, wouldn't it? Well, Tremor Stones does nothing. His AC is too high. Is this doing anything? Not really. Let's try to Discord. Sounds like a weird thing to do, right? Except that's going to turn his own fellas against him. How curious. I'm still not getting tormented. It's got to just be good luck, though. Let's pull this guy up. So it's just him alone. I mean, I guess I've got the Necklace of Bloodlust. Like, maybe we can melee him to death? Also, we found this wacky amulet, apparently. I don't want it, but it is faith, I suppose. That's Arlek. Aren't we wearing some really wacky Arlek thing? Yeah, we're wearing something with Star Corrode on it for our Arlek. I'd have to lose my 8 strength, though, which would be painful. But losing Star Corrode would be pretty cool. Losing Slay plus 6 would not be so cool. This thing does have 4 strength on it, though. And the faith, you know. Keeping faith, getting gifts. Hard to say no, really. I'll think about that. The big thing, though, is trying to kill this asshole, though. And that's right. Tony says, on Streamlabs, in the alerts widget, there is a bits tab, and at the bottom, there are bit alert variations that you can customize bit amounts to trigger and what it triggers. Well, see, that's... Okay, so that's kind of cool. So if they send me exactly 500, we get Mr. Twerking Thanos. If they send, you know, 1,000 or more, they get something else. I was kind of more interested in something that would directly let the person know in advance, for example, what it is that they're picking, and pick from a list of things. So yeah, no, I'm aware of the bits thing. I think I actually had to fool with that because someone was sending me one bit donations and then spamming the word marbles like 5,000 times. And so I think I turned off alerts for things that were only 1 bit. It's just too gameable. So my Rafflecopter goes, what? Yeah, it's a +8 evasion ring. That's an unrand Senshi. Anyway, yeah, because of the rules of this challenge, this Curse Skull is my mortal enemy, my nemesis. I don't know how we kill him other than just meleeing and sort of hoping that it works. I don't think we can bust through his AC. No, we did a little bit. Remember, we're stuck using this dagger. Hey, we got him. Body twists and deforms. Oh, that's horrid. I'm going to drink a mutation to try to get rid of that. Alright, that's better. Why did they rename the Shaolin Ring? Well, first they renamed it to Phasing, and now they've renamed it to the Ring of the Hair, and essentially it's all just very stupid. Just call it the Ring of Shaolin and save yourself some headache. That's what I do. Oh, I know, Green Eggs and Slam. It doesn't make a lot of sense. You would think it would be a ring that gives you, like, the running effect or something, but in general, I just think these people want to look like they're doing something. We're the devs. We're accomplishing something of value. If you don't respect us, then you must hate the game, etc., etc. Hey, that's a hat. Maybe Oka has been good to me today. Okay, the confused thing is wandering away from me again. Here we go. Identify. Well, exactly, Green Eggs and Slam. I mean, I will totally cop to hating the direction that the game is going in. I think that it's being run by people who are equal parts incompetent and sort of uncaring about what it is that they're making. I think they care more about clout. I think they care more about attention from people. I think they care more about authority, such as it is in a very, very tiny community, which is a bit sad if you think about it, than they do about making a good game. I don't think that they put a whole lot of thought. I mean, it's pretty sad when a shit poster like me puts more thought into the changes than the people who are in control of the mainline branch, you know? But it is what it is. But this is why I generally don't play Forks unless I have some special reason, or I only play Forks rather, unless I have some special reason to play mainline, like a request comes in for it. I sell myself short, maybe. Well, I mean, no, I think DCSS is a great game, or at least it used to be. I think that there's something really magical going on in DCSS that simply does not really exist anywhere else, or at least not in the same quantities. And I think that they're running that directly into the ground because they don't understand what it is. How can you maintain something if you don't understand what makes it good? If you have completely lost sight of the good things about the product that you purport to be the steward of, how is it remotely possible for you to keep it at the same level of quality? Streamlining the game for an audience that doesn't exist. Pretty much. Pretty much. Yes. Well, they don't. That's the thing, though, is they hate the audience that they have. They think. I mean, part of it's politics. I think that they've written off 90% of the player base as, you know, wrong thinkers, so to speak. So it's very, very easy for this kind of person to say, oh, well then screw those people, we're not making the game for them. Unfortunately, there are some very sort of mentally deranged type people developing this game who, if you criticize them, then you become the enemy. What is Control G? I don't know what Control G is. I'm afraid it'll secretly delete the characters, so I'm not going to press it. Anyway. Looks like, yeah, it looks like there's nothing here really interesting. Interesting, but that's okay, we got some experience. We're getting there, building up hexes and short blades. The scaling is still really bizarre, but... Oh, it is, yeah. I knew what that was. Yeah. Control G and tab, yeah, so you just go to the different floors and then hold tab and O. Yeah. It's funny, like, I have the muscle memory, you know, for these things, but if somebody came up and asked me a question like, hey, what does Control G do, I wouldn't really be able to answer, even though I use it all the time, you know? 23 potions of curing. Alright, baby, it's time. No, I mean, that's just how it works with muscle memory, though, you know? What does Alt F4 do? Gee, I don't know. Okay, that's RF minus, EV plus 4, Int plus 6, Dex plus 3. What a wacky, wacky ring. Too bad we're not an octopode. Amulet of Resitsus. RC++, Region Plus. I should have dropped some stuff before we walked in here, but whatever. Arlec, MR+, maybe. Oh yeah, doesn't that just like reset the level bust here? I saw a video. We're in a very special kind of ziggurat, Tony. The ziggurat of treasure. Doesn't that game take forever to play if you're not like super duper expert at it? I would not want to replay that whole thing. Yeah, I've seen the speedruns where it's like they win in 5 seconds and I'm like, I'm thinking to myself, how much time did you dump into this game to where you were able to do this? Brilliance might actually be useful for a hexer, so we'll keep that. Is there anything I can drop? Probably Torment. Actually, we are immune to Torment. We're actually immune to Torment. For some reason I thought that wasn't the case anymore. Okay. I still don't think we're going to be using Torment that much, but I'll keep it. Yeah, there's like one trove with an enemy in it. Okay, so I think... Wow, this ring has the word pimp in it. Pimputov. Yeah, troves almost never have enemies in them. Let's drop the Ring of Protection. There's plenty others if I really needed one, so that'll clear up a space. Is there anything in here that I would want to pick up? Most of the stuff is pretty much all of it I don't want to wear right now, but there are situations where I might end up deciding it's worth wearing later on. Dropping the boomerangs of dispersal. I can't imagine those will be useful. I mean, maybe it's kind of like a poor man's blink scroll. I guess I'd rather not get rid of them, but whatever. I'll take this. I'm not going to take the RC minus Slay minus 3. I'm not going to take the Arlec MR plus since we have a different one that does the same thing. Probably not going to take the Amulet of RC plus plus. There's only one trove ever though, bro. Yeah, we'll take the boomerangs again. It's sort of tempting to take this amulet, but there's just no way. We're almost definitely going to stick with Bloodlust because of the fact that we're stuck with a dagger. 6,000 hot timer for the trove. Yes. Okay, let's drop this thing. I'll come back for it later, if need be. It is really tempting to try to get corrode off myself, but Alrighty, so we've done crypt, we've done vaults, we've done slime. All the treasure piles, all the significant treasure piles have been taken. Wait a minute. I might as well go ahead and get a tiny piece of experience here. Oh, you can see invisible. Okay. That's right. All of that for 11 gold. Okay, I guess we'll do Zot now real quick. I might clear out the vestibule. Just for experience. Well, maybe do Zot real slow. My friend, comma. We could stab orbs of fire, and I believe we would one-shot them. Now, if we find them sleeping, boom, boom, gone. Distraction stabs are possible. Not likely, but possible. But yeah, this character does not have a simple means of killing orbs of fire, unfortunately. I don't know how we do it outside of, like I guess, if I was really hell-bent on playing a stabber on a game that didn't have any other restrictions, you know, we would use a quick blade and we would just do it, you know, with like a might potion and haste, but we only have 1 haste and we have 0 might, so that's no good. And if we absolutely have to do it with stabbing, which we don't, we are allowed to fight with the dagger, but if we had to, it would just have to be a distraction stab, basically. Versaire, when are you going to let me cast Absolute Zero? He said I could learn LCS if I wanted to. No, you can't petrify Orbs of Fire. If you look up Orb of Fire, you'll notice that their MR is infinite, and apparently you resist being petrified through your willpower rather than through magic resistance. Hey, when are they going to fix that? No, I mean, yes, yeah, you can blind them, but I bet you money it's 0% because Orbs of Fire have some of the highest hit dice in the game. And so as a result, I'm pretty sure, well, you know, I'll tell you what, let's find out. Dazzling Flash, I'm pretty sure this is hit dice. Doesn't work on the non-living. Okay, so it won't work in any event. And it is hit dice based, but Orbs of Fire are immune, even if it doesn't say they are for the specific monster. Same reason you can't do it to gargoyles, I believe. Well, the monster isn't immune, the type of monster is immune. But yeah, it would probably behoove the developers to put a line in there that just lists it out anyway. Of course, they don't. Okay, so to kill Orbs of Fire on this guy, it seems like we're just going to need to use an awful lot of wands. We have no Acid Wand available, which would be the main way. We have no Ice Blast. We do have consumables in the form of... We have evocables in the form of Condenser Vein, Box of Beasts, Horn of Geryon. And if I combine all of this crap, then maybe we can take out like 1 Orb of Fire. If we had acid, if the vein produces acid clouds, then that would be pretty ideal. But otherwise, not likely. So I don't know, you guys. I actually have no idea how it is that I'm going to kill lots of Orbs of Fire. Oh, wouldn't that be nice? Not likely, but I suppose it's not impossible. Maybe we had to do the meme play that Versailles decided to allow and get LCS. Something we could do, we have mind control wands available, at least a few. If we were able to find a ghost moth, we could maybe mind control one and then have a lot of time to go up against an orb of fire. Hello! There we go, that's how you kill the orb of fire. You just find him sleeping. That's just how it's done, bro. You know, we do have Discord, so maybe with the help of Discord we make it happen. Yeah, I see the acquirement. Oh crap, 0% chance to confuse on hit. And we're slow. Okay, let's berserk all these fellas and let them kill each other. What? Why are you berserk, but not frenzied? I don't get it. Oh, it's Moth of Wrath. Can you Discord a thing that's already berserk, I wonder? What a curious situation. Let's copy him. What happened to him, bro? Okay, there we go. Make them platinum mad. Yeah. Okay, we get screwed over by the condenser vein for the millionth time. I sure wish I wasn't slow. Let's blink. Let's make a box of beasts. Let's order him to help me out a bit. Use the horn. Aha. There we go. Just rest a bit. I suppose I haven't been using any Okawaru abilities. I mean, we could still heroism. Technically, I shouldn't be training things past 22, but Finesse, we attack at 0.2 speed with our dagger. The ultimate warrior. Boom. Goodbye, electric golem. You know, I gotta say, if I was the developer for this game, I think I would make it so that Oka could push skills up to 32. Like, go even further beyond the max level. I don't know how that would interact with the rest of the code, but I think it would be really, really fitting for a god that his whole job is to turn you into an epic hero. The Obsidian Axe is not a meme. It's very, very optimal to use under the right circumstances. Ashen'Zari 2, probably not Ashen'Zari. I don't think it's as thematic with Ashen'Zari. And I think that due to the mechanical way that Ashen'Zari works, it's a whole lot easier to not be upset as a player by not training to 27, because effectively you are 27 all the time. Whereas with Oka, there's like an enormous amount of time where you're not level 27, you know? I see that Lear's Hauberk is here. Not that useful for a sneaky man. Yeah, that does want to be my new Bloodthirst, doesn't it? That's probably worth it. Encumbrance 15, I think that's the same as a plate armor. We could gain 15 AC this way. Now we're just going to take the amulet, I think. Because I don't need the MR+, right? So yeah, we're a caster man now with our 35 intelligence. How sweet. And intelligence is huge on a hexer in particular, because every little bit of spell power you can get. Time to learn LCS. We could. Apparently that is now allowed under the rules of the challenge. The revised Versailles rules of the challenge have allowed me to become an LCS man, apparently. A little bit curious, perhaps. Is there anything in here that I need to be afraid of? Yes. Oh no. Okay. I can solve this problem very quickly if we get acid, which we don't. I mean, they can stab. Well, no, he said I actually don't have to stab everything as long as I'm using the dagger. Presumably the LCS counts. Hey Ryan, how you doing? See, he made a joke about LCS being a dagger, but he said it was available, so I could go for it. I don't know. I think we can make this work the legitimate way, though. Let's legitimate, I mean by sticking with the rules, you know. Let's just Discord here. Let's box of beasts. Let's Horn of Geryon. Yeah, it is a lot of gold dragons. Ordinarily I wouldn't care too much, but this character kind of sucks. I don't know, our defenses aren't terrible. Not really that bad. I just wish we could do damage, you know. I was hoping a distraction stab would happen. Maybe I will blink. There we go. Yeah, baby. Well, that's, yeah, 2% Discord will happen when you have almost 27 hexes and 35 ent. Yeah, we found mask, bro. A lot of good items today. I mean, you're bound to find a lot of good stuff when you're worshiping Oka. Of course, if I were to go for that, then we would be giving up our wonderful hat with our elect on it, which means we would also be losing 8 strength. Now, there is that one ring available. Long story short, though, is I don't think this mask is worth it just for the +3 slay. Even with the weird situation that we're in. This is a +0 glove of our core. While I would lose 2 AC for this, it's actually very hard for me to turn down having our core all the time, because that's one of the things that can just kind of surprise me with a shitload of damage. So I think we will wear the +0 gloves with our core. And probably leave the mask behind. Yeah, a lot of unrans. Bloodlust, Ring of Shaolin, Mask of the Dragon. Well, yeah, the mask is only +0. It would still be better than having Star Corrode, I have to admit, but we need the strength, is the thing. If we want to continue being able to cast and being able to do okay damage, that strength is doing a little bit for us for damage. Oh, haha, very funny, Tony. That's totally how that works. That's an Orb of Fire. Sure wish I was immune to mutations. Alright, we're going to try Condenser Vein. Unfortunately, we get fire and not acid. I think we're going to change Discord to O. Let's go up. Good luck, Green Eggs and Slam. That's a very complicated set of conditions. I mean, you could certainly build something like that, but sounds kind of bad. We got the armor mutation again, the one that I hate. And we have no more mutation potions. Well, we have 2, actually. But this is really quite bad because now our AC is down to 29. It's no good. I mean, I have a couple of, like I said, I have a couple of mutation potions, but that's only 2. You know? Very bad. This is actually kind of shitty defenses now. Okay, I cannot confuse and touch this guy. He has too much magic resistance. How were we killing them? I think we were just meleeing them down, right? Maybe I should memorize Corona again. Okay, there's our boy. How do we beat our boy here? Horn, beasts. Ah, crap, we're only RF. We're not even RF++. I mean, I can take off this ring, have another point of RF, but... Oh, man, he was distracted and now he's not. God damn it. Can we shove his ass off the staircase and then I can just sort of leave? All we need is like one moment of him being distracted. I'm gonna drink a resistance. Okay, he's off the staircase at least. We need him to get shoved again though for me to be able to escape. I'm gonna swing. Oh. Go up. We've read Telly. Can I melee him down? There's just no way. Just get mutated a bunch, basically. I mean, it's happening. Very slowly. Too slowly. I could be, I should have heroismed, actually. And finessed. I just wanted to test and see, just with no buffs, how we would do. Turns out the answer is really quite bad. Proper way to kill those things on this character, with the tools that I have, is pretty much just to get something tough nearby, like a couple of gold dragons and then Discord, and then I'm essentially like a discount Dragon's Call caster. So the name of the game is now going to be to try to hold on, let me close this door. Try to basically keep golden dragons alive. I think 2 of them would probably be sufficient. Or I could just leave that dude on floor 1. Can you see invis? Yeah, you can. Nice. Distraction stab. I'm gonna blink away. I'm gonna blink away. I'm gonna get shafted. Alright. Drop 2 floors. What in the fuck just happened? The helpless Crystal Guardian fails to defend itself. You hit the Crystal Guardian, but do no damage. You bite the Crystal Guardian, but do no damage. I've never seen that in my life. I've never seen a 0 damage stab. Ever. That is really funky. Can I melee this down? I bet you I can't. There we go. Just kidding. Why don't we magic map like a smart person, yeah? And yes, this is a whack-ass vault, isn't it? This map is scary, take it away. Nice little Zot trap there. Oh, let's switch to Che. We're allowed to do that, right? Okay, we don't want to go down. We could get teleported at any moment. Is this a new vault? I've never seen anything like this. Nice. Invis. Most things here are not really seeing invis. 13% chance to confuse. That's not as much as I would like. Here we go. This is not a new vault. You've seen this one before. I'm probably just not used to seeing it by jumping into the middle of it, you know? I bet you I would recognize it if we had gone into it the normal way. Oh. Okay. Okay, this is going to make a bit of noise. It did rotate pretty strangely, didn't it? That's right, I killed the butterfly. I'm a true villain. Well, this wall type combination shows up in a few different Zot vaults, I believe. Okay, I was really hoping I would get the stab on the Guardian, and I did. This is such a weird combination of enemies. I'm shocked that this is not, this is apparently not new, and yet I don't remember ever facing, like, Deep Elf Death Mages at the same time as, oh man, I just had to sneeze. It's double COVID is what I've got. But no, luckily I muted my mic in time. But yeah, Death Mages with Crystal Guardians is just kind of weird. Okay. COVID-21. Is that movie out yet? Oh hey, another explore trap. Wonderful. Jesus Christ. I don't want to fight a crystal or a Quicksilver Dragon with this pack at the same time. By the way, this is just an electric dagger. I was really hoping it would become Vorpal for just a very, very tiny damage boost against things that I'm having trouble against when I branded it. Although there's really nothing that would make it truly good. Speed maybe, but you can't brand into that. Free lair, yes. Guess what? I can't. I can't put purple draconians to sleep. Hey, we just got a good mutation out of Contam based. This is another reason I don't typically play Invis characters, because if you have just a little bit of contamination and Invis yourself, you're playing a very dangerous game as to whether or not you will get mutated or not. But yeah, heroism, finesse, and then some allies will maybe take down Orbs of Fire one at a time. But Discord is the way, if we can make it happen for us. Why am I not invis anymore? That lasted for like 2 seconds. Okay. Hey, there we go, finally. This would also kill orbs of fire if we were lucky enough to get it. Sorry for the newbie question, don't apologize, that's fine. How does contamination work? Well, being invis contaminates you, although I think that's not the case for evocable invis anymore. Casting spells that you are not very good at casting, if you miscast, will cause contamination. Certain spells in general just cause contamination, like Irradiate. If it is this color, it just kind of sits there. If it is this color but a little bit lighter, like a light gray, still nothing happens, but that indicates that it is higher than the dark gray. Once it becomes yellow, that means that there is a chance that when it comes down, because contamination lowers over time, when it comes back down to gray color, there's a chance that it will explode and give you a mutation. And then there's higher levels of contam where you get even more mutations. For those of you who don't know, we were playing a special conduct run today, which is why I am behaving so wackily on this character and doing things that are very suboptimal. In this run, we are playing a Vampire Enchanter who has to worship Oka, has to kill everything by stabbing when possible, but is allowed to kill things just with the dagger by itself if need be, cannot use any other weapons, cannot use most high-level magic, especially necromancy and summons, is pretty much restricted to hexes, and in general is just a sneaky vampire who has to stay bloodless all the time. Lots of very strict restrictions, although the requester for this run, Versaire, has recently told me that I can use Crystal Spear if I want to, which would be a very weird thing to jump to given my character's aptitudes and the skills that he has right now, but maybe. Maybe. I also have to get 9 runes. No problem, Decilia the Red. This run has been a really good example of why it is that stealth is just kind of not a thing that you can build your character around in DCSS. You can do it, but it's going to feel like you are swimming upstream for pretty much the second half of the game. Like, I'm making it work. We're killing pretty much everything by stealth, but it's a bit awkward. Let's go invisible. Invis will certainly take you down the path a bit. Well, those are some boots. We certainly don't need boots of RN+. I'll take the strength -3 for a slay +2. That's fine, I guess. What I need, though, is I need some more translocations. I don't like having above 10% fail rate on that. So see how I'm motivated not to cast Invis right now because I already have some contam? Well, that's not how Slay bonus works, though, is the problem. I will never, ever, ever have good base damage. Because of the rules of the conduct, I am stuck with a dagger, which has the puny base damage of 4. Now, the way that Slay works is I get a random bonus to my damage from 1 to whatever my Slay value is. So I have 5 plus the 9 on the dagger, so 14, plus the 2 from the boots, so 16. So every time I swing, I get an extra 1 to 16 damage, which is meaningfully different than the way that base damage works, because base damage is significantly more impacted by strength, and I think it's significantly more impacted by things like fighting skill and weapon skill, although I'm not positive on that. In general, this is the reason why it is simply better to have a better base damage weapon, even when you're dealing, you know, with like a high enchant. Like if you have like a +9 trident, you would actually rather have a plus 4 or 5 demon trident, you know. That's right, Tony. You better self-censor. The woke scolds at Twitch will yell at you if you use the V word. I want to know how it is possible that the lowest common denominator of thin-skinned, like, pussy, I guess would be the word for it, like thin-skinned, oh my god, I'm so afraid of being offended by everybody. How did this type of person get in control of what people are allowed to say. You know, you would think that you could have a room full of adults who are mutually consenting to hearing things that might otherwise offend the tender sensibilities of the bizarro people who like Tumblr, you know? You'd think that you could have that, but in the modern internet, you basically can't, or you can, but you're presented with about a billion roadblocks on the way there. It is framed as righteous, but it's meddling is what it is. It's very easy to frame it as righteous because one man's joke is another man's horrible, you know, travesty, I guess. Yeah. It seems like nobody has, or very few people have the courage to defend people's right to say things that might even be considered reprehensible, you know? But that is kind of what America is all about, you know? And it used to be what the internet was all about. The internet was a uniquely American thing, and it's very quickly becoming more European, which depresses the hell out of me because, you know, European ideas of free speech are just incredibly Orwellian. So we're getting to the point where the infrastructure of the internet is just so controlled by a handful of companies that, you know, where am I going to stream where I'm not, you know, in the thrall of blue-haired people who are completely neurotic about what it is I'm allowed to say? I mean, I can't do that on Twitch. I can't really do that on YouTube. Susan's going to be mad at me. I could go to some free speech platform like Bitwave, but they're probably going to be offline within the week, you know. I mean, I don't actually know about within the week, but you know what I mean. Somebody's going to go after them. Where do you go? Do you self-host? Okay, well now people are going to attack my hosting. People are going to attack my registrar. People are going to DDoS my site. People are going to attack anybody who's providing me with anti-DDoS protection. It's just so controlled, and everybody who argues against this, like, they will say, you know, when I point out that this is a problem, I have people say things like, well, it's a private company, they can do what they want. And it is so sophistic that it makes me want to vomit, because we're basically pretending that this is a system that we all agreed was fair, you know, because now that the corporations have more power than governments to censor speech, you know, oh, well, it's okay because it's a private company. Well, is it? Is it really? When they control pretty much all of the public squares, is that the line we want to draw in the sand, where it's like, instead of looking at the spirit of the thing, we're looking at the least charitable interpretation ever, and then saying, oh, well, because it's like Twitch or Comcast or Google or whatever fucking you over and muzzling you, then somehow that's acceptable. You have basically no realistic alternative, but that's okay because it's not the government doing it. I just won't accept that. You know, it's asinine. Part of it comes, I think, from a deep misunderstanding of something that is admittedly rather complicated, which is the infrastructure of the internet. I think a lot of people don't understand exactly how thoroughly controlled the various pieces of infrastructure are if you want to run a website, especially a website that's popular and you know, has a platform, has a lot of eyes in front of it, you know. For example, like Google, if you run a site and Google doesn't like you, they'll just eliminate you in the search results. People Google your site, they come up with nothing. Imagine all the different kinds of businesses that just annihilates. And this is not a hypothetical thing. They do this to businesses. They do this to... Oh, that's a clown on Zot 3. Uh-oh. They do this to sites they don't like. They do this to businesses they don't like. This isn't hypothetical. This isn't like, oh no, what if they start doing this? This is a fact. They do it. And there are other search engines, but nobody fucking uses them. You know, like, how many people are actually using Bing on a regular basis, you know? How many people are using DuckDuckGo? And how many of these other search engines are simply pulling their data from Google? You know, so... And that's just one way. That's just one avenue of attack and one example of how thoroughly centralized all of the little pieces of internet infrastructure are. Well, yeah, some people, like, I think my mom uses Bing, but, you know, like, it's not super common. Oh, that's true. I believe I have heard that. I'm gonna denser vein because I really don't like clowns. Why don't we lightning rod because we don't like clowns? On Discord, this guy can do some work while we're fighting. Did the clown mark me? You know, I'm not sure, but I think maybe. Is that possible? Can a clown pie mark you? I am marked. I don't know how that happened. I know I'm getting owned. Take the clown pill. No, Mom, no. No, Dad, no. I do really like to copy berserking monsters. Brave and DuckDuckGo. Very good. No, those are the two you should be using, but I mean the point is that I think that the internet has sort of naturally it's a form of a natural monopoly in a social kind of way, in a way that we perhaps haven't experienced in the history of the human race. I think that, you know, it's easy to recognize. It is easy to recognize a natural monopoly when it's something like the power company, where there are physical reasons why it doesn't make a whole lot of sense for there to be two power companies. What are you going to do? You're gonna run wire for two different companies from like several different reactors or whatever, or like nuclear power plants or something, all around a city. You know, multiple grids. You know, there's a reason why we don't have like multiple electric companies in one city. It doesn't make sense. That is a natural monopoly, and because it's a natural monopoly, we call these things utilities, and utilities have a thing called a duty to serve, which means that if Mr. Power Company Man is a Democrat, he can't decide that you're a reprehensible evil man for voting Republican, and therefore you don't get to have power. And likewise, this protects everybody else too, because if he's a Republican, he can't do that to Democrats, or whatever example of politics you want. And I think that we've reached a point in our society where people think that these kinds of things, I guess they think that this should be allowed. You know, that certain political viewpoints are subjectively so bad that you should be allowed to stop people from having like bank accounts and shit. And I can't get behind that. You know, I can't get behind that because that is a slope that is indeed very, very slippery and does not lead to a good place for anybody. And for some reason, even the people who will recognize that natural monopolies are, you know, treated like a thing that has a duty to serve legally, they're legally bound to serve you, provided you pay your bill. You know, they'll agree that that should exist, but then you'll have people saying, well, that doesn't apply to the internet because, you know, you could just make an alternative to Twitter. You could make an alternative to Patreon. You could make an alternative to Facebook, so on and so on and so forth. And it's so puerile, it is so ignorant and sophistic because it completely, and I can't, in some sense, I can't exactly fault these people because, like I said, this is an extremely, extremely complicated thing. It would probably take me on the order of 2, maybe 3 hours to explain all of the pieces of internet infrastructure and exactly how it is that they are all controlled by a very tiny handful of companies that all have the same ideas about what kind of speech is acceptable and what kind of speech isn't. And they use that power. They absolutely use that power to destroy any realistic chance of competing. Great example of this is how Google and Apple will simply, if you're insufficiently leftist, if your app is insufficiently leftist, if you don't censor the kind of speech that they have a problem with, and I'm not talking about illegal speech, I'm talking about totally legal under the First Amendment speech, that they have taken it upon themselves to say, if you don't censor this on your app, we are going to just fucking not let you have an app. I mean, you can make your app, sure, but you now have to. Whoops, there's still stuff on that floor. Uh-oh. I'm trying to leave golden dragons alive, dude. Actually, can I even? Is it even possible for me to Discord golden dragons? Yeah, it is. We'll have to use Fallen Scrolls. Anyway, yeah, like you can have your app, but you know, good luck getting very many people to sideload it. You know, because that's sketchy to do on an Android and apparently really, really obnoxious to do on an iPhone. Random freezing cloud tile? It was probably the Golden Dragon. Golden Dragons can spit fire, flame, and frost. Well, this is just a dungeon feature. Sometimes this shows up in special vaults and stuff. Okay, so we're leaving the Golden Dragons alive. The plan is to Vuln scroll and then Discord and sort of set it up to where we can kill orbs of fire that way. Which is a wacky, wacky, wacky way of solving this horrible problem, but under the rules of this conduct, I think it is the, weirdly enough, the best way. Nice. Wasn't a stab, but we used the dagger, so it's okay. I don't care what the scale mail is. Hey, we just found Wand of Acid. I've been waiting to find another one of these fellas. I should put this ring back on. Whoops. No distraction stab today. Blind stab, very good. You know what I forgot to do? I forgot to write down in a note where we found that orb of fire. I think we parked him on Zot 1. Quicksilver Dragon Bolt dispels your Zot timer. Yes. I'm gonna stab these golden dragons. We have plenty of them parked, it's fine. This is too cool of an opportunity to just clear out this dragon vault. Every single dragon stabbed. Based. Based. Hey, cool, a -5 cloak. That's my favorite thing. I think it's time. Do I drop flame? No, because of this whack-ass challenge, it's actually okay to have flame. We're gonna get rid of Neo Disintegrate, though, because they ruined it. Yeah, stealth is, like I said, it's very silly to try to build a character around it, especially in the late game. However, once you get to a certain point, it does feel... I'm not going to pretend that it doesn't feel quite good to do. Whoa! We've left too many golden dragons alive. They're everywhere. Is there a guy here? I don't think there is. Gold dragon infestation clogging up your pipes, yes. I think I saw a movie like this once. Very special kind of movie. That's my... How did you know the title of my second book that I'm writing? Green Eggs and Slam. That's my second fantasy novel, bro. Okay, we're leaving the Golden Dragons alive because we are playing this whack-ass challenge run where I have to kill things with my dagger, right? Through stabbing. But I'm also allowed to use hex magic. So we are going to, and by the way, I don't recommend doing this in a regular game of Crawl. This is incredibly wacky what I'm doing. But the goal is to use a vulnerability scroll after pooling a bunch of golden dragons to any orbs of fire that we find, casting Discord, and watching them hopefully tear Mr. Orb of Fire apart. Sort of doing the job for us. We'll see if that works out. Alternately, we can just kind of ignore the orbs of fire and go grab the rune, you know? Well, we're not streaking, so that's okay. Can I just melee this guy? I bet you I can. Yes, iron dragons have a breath ability. Metal splinters. No, no, we're not streaking, no. I would not play this wacky challenge on a streak. There's no way. Orbs of fire are immune to magic, correct. No problem, Decilia. Well, cosplay, I don't know how hard the Josephine one was. I don't think I played that one, but generally those are not as bad as what I'm doing right here. This is incredibly goofy. Okay, so I have an orb of fire on this floor. We parked him. We need to go find him. We need to probably take off this ring. Actually, one thing we could do is try to pull the orb of fire into this little vault and then blink away. Oh, fuck. Hi. Okay. I'll drink resistance. I'm already low on HP. This is kind of obnoxious how this worked out. Okay, we're going to read Vuln. We're going to... Okay, we did it. We did it. So, is it going to work is the question. Step away. Grey Draconia doesn't get a breath ability? You mean if he turns into a dragon? Or, oh, you mean just in general? Yeah. Keep stepping away, keep taking tons of damage. This is with RF+++, by the way. And, I guess, only 25 AC. Okay, I'm just going to drink a heal wounds. Okay, can we get a stab? Not a stab. Got him. So this works. Now we have this nice effectively berserked golden dragon to deal with. It won't last forever. I really wanted him to land on the... Hey, there we go, he's slowed now. Goodbye. Goodbye, friend. Resist don't matter, bro. Well, against Orbs of Fire, the argument certainly could be made that AC is just as important as resists. Past the first pip. Remember that we are getting dabbed on a bit by the armor fits poorly mutation today. Now remember, due to the rules of the challenge, I actually have to do 9 runes. We only have 4. However, I can go ahead and clear Zot 5 if I can. Yeah, I probably shouldn't have burned a digging there, but eh. Premium currency. Yeah, that was a bit of a wasteful thing. I did it for the orb run, bro. Now, if we were to get teleported here on the kind of resources that we have and the kind of rules that we have, we might just die. So fingers crossed that that does not happen. I wish there was some way for me to not fool with this dude. Like, if we could just sort of send his ass away. Some way other than stair dancing. I cannot take the hatch. That would be rather foolhardy. You get more score. I don't know. Personally, I find in mainline is just so badly designed in terms of extended that it's just not worth doing. Like, any character... Provided I have no wacky rules that I have to follow. Any character that makes it to level 27 you can do extended with if you know what you're doing. So I generally avoid it, but yeah, you do get more score. Score is a combination of like lower turn count and more runes. Bragging rights, I guess. But there comes a point where it's just like, it's more of a time consumption thing than anything. It's not to say that extended is like trivial, but... If you know what you're doing, it's essentially just more time consumption. I've done it here and there on my streak, but every one of my games is not 15 runes. Oh. That's not that is not spiders, that's clowns. This is the Killer Clown car, which has 3 Ks in it, which makes me think that the devs of this game are actually quite racist. Did you guys know that the devs of DCSS put something with those 3 letters in it? This is a comment about how they banned someone from the tournament for having a team name with too many Ks in it. Very goofy. Hey, we just got that. That's pretty cool. You know what's not cool? The fact that one of these clowns just pied me, and I believe I reflected it. No, it missed me, went past me, hit another pie, and transformed him into an acid blob. That is pretty goofy. However, we have our core, so that's not the end of the world. Let's do this. Actually, can these guys see invis? I actually don't know. They can. And Mr. Acid Blob can't. How the hell were we killing acid blobs before? Were we using Confusing Touch? I can't imagine we were. 4 points of MR. How did I fight acid blobs? Was I just meleeing them? Surely not. Maybe it was blinding. No, it's immune to blinding. Maybe I was using... I was probably just using evocations. 1v1 melee with consumables. Yeah, I don't remember really what I did. Yeah, it was only the other day for me, but I don't know. That's okay though. I know I followed the rules of the challenge. Anyway, I would not have triggered the clowns. The clown car is the name of the car. The killer clowns in outer space use. It's intentionally racist, but it's a reference to the Killer Clowns from Outer Space movie. Well, I don't actually think it's racist, but I also don't think that it's racist to make a team name for the tournament named Cuckold Kobold Kings. A person who watches my videos, who has on occasion been in my Discord, made that team name for the .26 tournament and was banned. This happens to be a black gentleman, and yet the white liberal devs of DCSS took it upon themselves to call him a white supremacist and to lie to people and tell them that the last name of his team name was Clan with a K, which was a total fabrication, but I guess whatever it takes to slander someone, the DCSS devs are happy to do. So it was kind of a comment about that thing that happened relatively recently. By the way, he claims that the fact that it had 3 Ks in the name was completely unintentional, which you can take him at his word on that or not. That's up to you. Personally, I will give him the benefit of the doubt because, I mean, you may find that unbelievable, but I'm willing to take him at his word. But anyway, they banned him from the tournament for that. Didn't give him a chance to change the name, you know, didn't give him the benefit of the doubt. I found a log of them chatting about it later, where they openly admitted that because the guy had associated with me, who they don't like, they gave him a rougher shake and would not hear any appeals from him. It's really, really very frustrating when this kind of thing happens because I don't think the guy was trying to be malicious, and even if it was like a purposeful, edgy joke, yeah, they banned him outright. They just kicked him out of the fucking tournament forever in a relatively irreversible way too, because even if they wanted to, at that point, after what they did, they would have had to have rebuilt the whole database in order to let him back in, which would have taken the whole tournament offline essentially for a few hours, which they didn't want to do. So they almost purposefully put themselves between a rock and a hard place by banning him without even giving him recourse. And what's really frustrating about that is I happen to know from a technical perspective, if they had the server owner, you know, around to help them out, these guys see invisible, whoops. If they had the server owner around, it would be a very simple thing for him to mess with the guy's RC file server side and simply change the name to a placeholder like, I don't know, placeholder team name, and then say, hey, listen, buddy, we have decided that we think this is offensive or whatever. Maybe you could change this. But they didn't do that. And based on their conversation, it seems like they didn't do that because the guy had associated with me, which is actually really kind of fucked up if you think about it. Like, oh man, we don't like this guy. We have to screw over everybody in his periphery. Like, are you serious? I don't think the guy was trolling. He claims he wasn't trolling, and he says it wasn't intentional, and frankly, I don't think it matters, man. Like, to ban somebody over that when the devs themselves have something exactly like that in the game itself, the killer clown car. I mean, what are we doing now? We're policing edgy jokes that aren't even edgy jokes, not even intentional. You know, we're policing like how many letters are, like, we're policing alliteration now. It's nothing's going. Well, that's the thing is, like, okay, you know, it's if somebody looks at that. Okay, here's my take on it. If somebody looks at that name, Cuckold Kobold Kings, oh my god, I'm so mad. If somebody looks at that and genuinely gets pissed off about it, that sounds like a personal problem to me. From my perspective, that seems like a really silly thing to get upset about. And especially, again, the context is, it happens to be a black guy. So, you know, something makes me doubt that he's some kind of, like, hardcore racist with an axe to grind. He's certainly not a white supremacist. It doesn't make any sense. Of course, the you know, the white lefties who run DCSS, they know best, right? Okay, that's fine, Rec Center. But the thing is, why do the devs get to make references like that? But if somebody else does or appears to, it's a fucking crime against humanity. What I'm saying here is these people are hypocrites, you know? Rules for thee, but not for me. It's always been a two-tier justice system with these people, where everything they say is interpreted as charitably as possible, and everything everybody else does, if they don't like that person, is interpreted as uncharitably as possible. You tell me what it is that kobolds, kings, or cuckolds have to do with, you know, like, what is it? What is the context? What could possibly be going on here that makes it different? What, it's not from a movie? It's a reference, so it's okay. I mean, what if somebody named their team name Birth of a Nation? I don't think that would work out very well. That's a movie. It's just a bullshit arbitrary line that gives them an excuse to throw their weight around, basically. I mean, no, it very well could be them memeing the kobold changes. What's that? Did they nerf kobolds at all? I know they gave them Night Stalker, which I actually thought was pretty cool. But yeah, it could be a comment about the kobold changes, which are pretty recent. Have to deal with the FCC. Well, you don't have to deal with the goddamn FCC is the thing. But like, this is just like a roguelike game that nobody plays, you know. Night Stalker is a huge buff. Oh yeah, I was wondering if they were nerfed in some other way. No, I love the Night Stalker change. I think that's amazing. I was trying to draw a parallel. It's really frustrating for me, to be honest, to think about this stuff. So please don't get the wrong impression and think that I'm yelling at you about it. It's just like, it's very frustrating to watch somebody who, I don't know if I say that he's a friend of mine. I think he's not really super active in my Discord or anything. He watches my videos and stuff. I hate to see anybody get sort of stomped on by busybodies who kind of see monsters under the bed and in their closet and in the shadows and under every single rock. And only they can see where those monsters are and who they are and what they are. And everybody else, they're invisible, but they are the ones who can see the secret monsters. And we're just supposed to take their word for it. Oh, well, this is racist because I said it was. Oh, you're questioning me? Well, you're racist. And that's how these people operate. And I'm just sort of sick of pretending that this is a fair system or that they should be treated as anything other than a joke. You know, they're assholes. They're authoritarians. They're not interested in doing a good thing here. They're interested in throwing their weight around and basically showing you who's in charge. Okay, so we have 5 charges of acid, and this guy is right next to me. We're going to try to... Wait a minute, I'm messing up bad, actually, because I only have 1 pip of fire resist. Let's drink resistance real quick. In fact, we could get crushed here. Let's heroism for the evasion. Let's finesse, and now we get to test the strategy. Am I able to kill him? Now let's try. Okay, good. Based. We got the acid wand to actually apply the minus AC. So here's the question. Here's the $1 million question. Can we beat an orb of fire with a +9 effectively unbranded dagger while finessed and heroismed? Maybe. I don't know. Maybe. We do get fang attacks, I guess. We're attacking very quickly, 0.3 speed. We only have 2 pips of RF because I kept my RF minus ring on very slowly. Well, the problem is that the acid goes away, so we're going to try again. Okay, good. I'm trying to avoid using my haste. Oh, we've almost got him. Come on, man. I didn't get marked or anything. There we go. Might is fortunately a flat boost. Are you sure? Oh yeah, I guess they changed that. The minimap is not really a face. Describe the entire history of sysops since the beginning of time. Political, racial, religious affiliation has nothing to do with it. A lot of people just become complete a-holes when they're admins, sysops. Oh, I'm 100% with you there. I think that power, unfortunately, is something that a lot of people just cannot handle. And I think there is a reason for the traditional wisdom of power corrupts and absolute power corrupts absolutely. I think that there are a lot of people out there who are low-level psychopaths, narcissists, things like that, and as long as they don't get into a position of power, they could be halfway decent people. And you could be tricked into thinking that there's no problem with that person, but the minute that they have authority over other human beings, and you know, there are sometimes tough calls that happen when you're in a moderator position, but in general, I really think there's like a certain class of person who just reveals themselves as soon as they get into a position like that. And you're absolutely right that this kind of thing has been around forever. I think that today's political climate, unfortunately, exacerbates that problem to a degree that somebody like me, who honestly has trouble in what I refer to as the social minefield, you know, because if you're watching my stream, I assume at least some of you have experienced this. You know, it's like, it sometimes feels like I'm speaking a different language to people because it's hard to explain. But for me, your average conversation on the internet sometimes feels like I am tiptoeing through a minefield, and if I do not repeat the shibboleth exactly correctly, I'm going to get a leg blown off. And it's become so frustrating and tiring and sort of energy sucking for me that I'd rather just exist in spaces where the mines don't exist and I can walk where I want and I can keep my legs, you know? I can't be racist outside of this stream. That is not what I meant. It's, anyway, we had another orb of fire show up, so now we're in quite a pickle, aren't we? We're in quite a pickle, so we're going to go ahead and use the haste. I wanted to avoid it. We're going to, I'm going to take off the old ring. We're going to drink might. And we still have heal wounds and stuff. He's fortunately done nothing while we were doing that. There's not a whole lot I can do in terms of evocables here. We really just have to swing on him. What's good, Thug Nation? Hey, how you doing, man? We're trying desperately to beat this orb of fire under the rules of this under the rules of this competition. That's not really a competition, it's just like a request. Evolve? What do you mean? Hey, we're doing damage. That's right, might is actually making this work. Shockingly. Maybe we go ahead and drink a heal wounds. We attack so quickly that he doesn't get to do too much to us. If I go below 50 HP, I think that's where we drink again. Play Evolve so you draw a card every time the orb puts a burn in your hand. Based! Doesn't he? I hear you're playing a lot of Slay the Spire lately. How is that for you? Hey guys, it's the Santa Lich. I think we can just melee him. Oh no! Fuck you! No! Bro, how is it like the whole vault emptied out? Can somebody explain this to me? I didn't get marked. I didn't get marked, and yet there's like... Or did I get marked? Maybe I did get marked. Alright, well, we've got to just do it. Heroism is ended. Let's put that back up. Oh, I did? See, this is what happens. I talk about politics and then we end up in a bad place, basically. Because I get distracted. We still have might. We still have haste. The clap of my ass cheeks has alerted the guards. It's true. I'm too dummy thick, you guys. He frailed me. We now have 4 levels of frail, normally capped at 3. No! Fuck you! Alright, so I was gonna try to make it to the staircase, but these fellas are just all waiting for me. This is okay, though. We have Blink. Let me tell you what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna try to condenser vein. The whole squad is here, but maybe... Okay, no, not quite. I was really hoping if we had gotten acid clouds, this would have been the coolest moment, and instead it's the shittiest moment, but that's okay. Have heroism, have finesse, have might, have haste. Do we duke it out with him? Or do we blink on over to the staircase? Maybe burning like 2 blinks. Maybe just 1. Oh boy. What a rough situation for this wacky character. 64 HP, not so much. Well, true, but we have 3 pips of RF and 33 AC, and perhaps most importantly, we are moving quite quickly. You know what would be cool is if we could net him. That would really solve this problem right now. Not sure how you would capture an orb of fire in a net, but it's bad. Well, we've been fighting orbs like this for some time. This isn't really that bad. I can leave extremely safely. It's just a matter of I don't have very many heal wounds left. Mithril chain nets. That's pretty cool, actually. We need the, you know what we need is we need the spider silk nets from Battle Brothers. Surely that will work, right? And not just catch on fire. We do have Summon Scroll. Dreadlich is just, for some reason they decided they took out all the different books that monsters could have. Now monsters can only have 1 book. And there are 2 types of Ancient Lich now. One's an Ancient Lich and one is a Dreadlich, which basically is just a recolor that sort of looks like Santa Claus. No more Haunt on Liches now, apparently. Okay, so we have Summon Scroll. You know what's funny is we could... I suppose that we could Discord from here. I don't know how much that's going to help me with just a basic Draconian. It'd do a little bit, I suppose. But it would have to fight its way through the Dreadlich. I think if I summon, I wouldn't be allowed to use Discord. I think Oka would be mad at me if I did that. What a pickle. Alright, I think we get out of here. I guess so, Decilia. Okay, so we rest up. Just get myself into safety. Whoops, I didn't mean to do that. Let's find our boy here. Okay. Shall we try to do the whack-ass strategy that I was doing a minute ago? Oh man, Tony. Calm down. You're an executioner. What are you doing? Can't say such things. That's offensive. Okay, I don't like how this floor is kind of cut in half, but not really. It creates a very narrow path. This is going to be potentially deadly on the orb run. But guess what? We don't get to do the orb run for a while. So that's okay. Super banned. You're on double secret probation. You're double secret banned. Those people had families. Okay. Alright, maybe? Yeah, no, that didn't quite work. Wait a minute. Ooh, I've got a big meme. Are you guys ready for the biggest meme of all time? Maybe. Is this gonna work? I charmed the Hellion, and it could hellfire the orb of fire to death. I don't think it's gonna work. No, it's not gonna work because it'll just hit me is what it'll do. We're gonna go up. We're gonna go like this. We're gonna rest. Dragons are dumb as hell, so they can't open doors. We're gonna shout for Daddy Dragon to come back, hopefully. Come on, bro. Where are you going? I really just want the orb of fire. Can we get him? Nope. Okay, that's okay. We got the Lich. Let's close the door. I can just ruin this man's whole career with silence plus melee. Very, very, very slowly. The ultimate in melee technology. Okay, here's our boy. Let's blink. We end up out here. Let's vulnerability. Let's blink. Take a step. Teleport. The spear only run? Well, you wouldn't be able to do that because... oh, do you mean like not crystal spear, but the actual spear weapon? You know, would it surprise you to learn that I think I'd be happier using a spear than a dagger? Let's take a look at a spear. The base damage is 2 points higher. I feel like you'd be able to do something a little bit more with it. And you have reach, bro. Based. Blink. 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 That's not a good blink. It's awful. Yeah, I guess so. I'll drink a curing here. I'll blink. There we go. Tally kicked in. Summons only run. You could do that. You'd be kind of screwed for experience for a lot of it, but you could make it work. I'm just kind of curious. I'm not allowed to use this, but identify. Oh, it's the Rapier of Quantum Leap. All right, Ziggy. Tell me who we've leaped into. That was the name of the little robot thing, right? From Quantum Leap. Am I showing how much of a boomer I am by knowing about this show? Let's try to make him blind. Yeah, there we go. Do you guys think that Scott Bakula might actually be a vampire based on his last name? Am I the only one who thinks that might be the case? Take your pills, Grandpa. I won't do it. Dude, that was actually a really good show. It's old, but it's not bad. Was that rapier always in the game? Well, that is a that's a rand art or a random artifact. So that one's not. That's not pre-built. There's really no way to tell a rand art from an unrand, which is one that's pre-built, other than the fact that it usually will have a, I think it always will have a special tile, and you can look it up online. So like this shield, for example, this is an unrand, and you'll notice that you'll never see this tile anywhere else except on the shield. Likewise, Bloodlust that I found earlier, that you'll never see a necklace that looks like that. But the Quantum Leap thing was just randomly made. Dude, that shield rules. It's one of the best things in the game. Yeah, and unrents will have fluffy descriptions, that's true. Probably shouldn't have put myself back in this kill hole, but... you know, if an orb of fire shows up, I'm gonna be a little bit sad. That was pretty insightful. Which part? Yeah, Shield of Resistance is outrageously strong. Okay, this guy's all on his own. I think we're just gonna try to... We're just gonna try to tab him with our little dagger. Yeah, there we go. Normally Killer Clowns scare the hell out of me, but he's on his own, so not that bad. As soon as there's a lich or something around, though, you've got an issue, potentially. Hey, 27 short blades. Why did I train that much? So I could instantly kill things with stabbing always. Yes, that's correct, Isilia. They have decided that that and another word that starts with a V you cannot say on Twitch because you are, I guess, insulting someone's sexual something. It's not really an orientation. I don't know. I've given up on trying to understand or I don't know. I've given up on trying to understand exactly what it is that the commissars are thinking or where their motivations lie in terms of banning these things, and I've just accepted that for the time being they have control over speech on the internet, and if I want to get around that, it is far too much of a headache for me to bother with it right now. If I were to be banned from Twitch, then okay, I'd probably go through the rigmarole to host myself. But in general, it's just like it's a monopoly, and absent there being laws put in place to stop these people from behaving like monsters, it's going to get worse. And the biggest problem, believe it or not, the biggest problem isn't some bullshit company like Twitch or even Amazon, even Jeff Bezos himself. That's actually not the biggest problem when it comes to speech control. Here's the thing that goes unnoticed by a lot of people. The biggest problem is the financial world, the credit card corporations. Because the credit card corporations can say, hey, oh, Patreon, PayPal, hey, you guys like having a merchant account, right? And what a merchant account is the thing that allows them to use credit cards. So you've got a very, 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 very powerful monopoly in the form of the credit card corporation. So that's like Visa, MasterCard, whatever. They will simply say, yeah, so we don't like this guy. And if you don't deny him services, Patreon, PayPal, etc., you're just going to lose your fucking merchant account and you're going to lose your business. And so what do? Of course, they ban the guy. This has happened before. It will happen again. They do it to businesses they don't like. They do it to individuals they don't like. And it is incredibly monstrous, and it's crazy to me that you have this group of unelected people who get to financially censor you. And, you know, at some point you got to say to all these people who are like, oh, it's just the free market, bro. You can just, you know, just make your own. Make your own fucking what? Make your own credit card corporation? You can't do that. You know, they won't let you. Not unless you play their game. And it's like, so at that point, okay, well, I'm going to run a business, and how am I going to run a business? How am I going to make money? Well, you could do what Gab does. People literally have to mail them checks and money orders. How effed up is it that in the modern world in 2021, there's a business, and all they're doing is running a free speech version of Twitter, where if they want to accept money, they have to have people mail them money orders to a P.O. box. Or accept crypto, of course, which is one of the reasons I'm a big crypto enthusiast. And yeah, Cardinals Mistress, 100% corporations run wild and run rampant. You're 100% right that is a huge component of the problem, but it's not a result of capitalism in my mind. It's a result of poorly regulated capitalism. Capitalism is perfectly fine as long as the hand of God, that is to say the government, reaches down on occasion and says, oh, hey, Bell System, you guys are running a monopoly and you're kind of fucking up the market. We're going to break you up now. And we used to have the cojones to actually do that. And now the government doesn't, because the government is owned by these fucking people, because the lobbyists have more money than God and can quite literally buy senators. You know, it's to the point where you can just buy whatever votes you want. So it's not going to get fixed. It's not going to get fixed because we allow this to happen. We allowed ourselves to essentially get in the bear trap, you know, and now we're in the woods with the bear trap on our leg thinking, well, gee, how do I get out of this mess? Well, can you? I think you might have to saw off your leg, man. Like, I think you might be screwed. It's, I don't know. I don't know what the solution is. I mean, I know what the solution is. I just don't think it's going to happen. The government needs to treat these companies, including financial services, perhaps especially financial services, as a utility with a duty to serve. Very simple. You don't need to get rid of Section 230. Fuck that. 230 is actually quite good. What you need to do is treat social media and especially financial corporations as a utility with a duty to serve. And until you do that, they're always going to fall back on the stuff that they're doing right now. And you know, I'm sure that the woke leftists or whatever think this is just a grand old wonderful thing because right now it's silencing the people that they don't like. But believe me, the pendulum, it swings, and what's woke and good and virtuous and awesome today is evil tomorrow. And I think that in 5, 10, 20 years, you know, I think that people are going to realize that they cheered for something that was not good for anybody. Yeah, once China, sure. I mean, if you think China is going to tolerate half the stuff that the woke leftists say in America, you got another thing coming. They don't, they don't play games, you know. And you know, they're winning on the world stage, so something to think about. All right, we have an orb of fire here. Gosh, I guess I will just, I can't haste. I guess I will take off, no, I already took that off. I'm going to drink resistance is what I'm going to do first. Then I'm going to heroism for more evasion to dodge the bolts. Then I'm going to finesse. And then hopefully this will be our last orb of fire, because if it's not, we're having trouble. Let's drink the might. Do we have 3 things of frail now? No, we have 2, and then 2 more from vampire, so 4 applications of frail. We're missing an awful lot. Check it out though, he's in a poison cloud from the vein. So he'll die real fast from the poison, right? Turns out when you just stop giving a fuck about environmental laws and worker and human rights, you can build up a country really fast into a superpower. Well, okay, here's the thing about China. In their defense, every developing country, every industrializing country, including America, perhaps especially America, when we were industrializing, didn't care about the environment. And it's a little bit rich. It's a little bit cute for America to look at China and say, oh, well, you know, you guys can't industrialize like this the exact way that we did. Now, am I saying that their environmental policies are good? I mean, I think their capital was so smoggy that they had to like delay the Olympics 1 year. So no, I mean, obviously there's room for improvement, but no, environmental laws are not the thing that keeps America crappy when it comes to making things. I'm talking about the process of industrializing from, you know, China went from like an agrarian country to an industrialized one, and was essentially still in that process even 20 years ago, you know. Yes, I heard about that, Murder Dog. But the thing is that the Chinese, they make things, you know, and we don't. And I think that's one of the reasons that really attracted me to Trump's platform, is that, you know, back in 2016 or whatever, is the fact that even when I was a kid, okay, when I was a kid, I'm in school, and they're talking about types of societies, types of countries, and they're like, okay, well then there's the there's the industrial economy, I believe it was called, and they're the ones who make things. And then before that, there's the agrarian one where they just basically just make food and that's it. And then there's the service economy, and America has evolved into a service economy where we primarily we only make services, or we only deliver services, you know, like banking and things like that. And even as a little kid, I'm thinking to myself, what dumb asshole wrote this and thinks that you can run a country where you don't make anything, where all of your steel and all of your stuff, all of your physical goods comes from somewhere else? I'm thinking to myself, as a kid, I'm thinking, don't we have to get that from somewhere? And then what happens if that person has a problem with our country and doesn't want to sell us that anymore, or wants to like rip us off on the price? And by the way, you know, does this mean that other countries have to stay in like this mode forever, to where they're the ones producing everything and we're the ones who get to live the vaunted life of the service economy or whatever? It just struck me as very, very stupid, even as a kid. And if a little kid can figure out how dumb that is, you would think that adults would be able to, but apparently not. And so when Trump started talking about America building things again, it really spoke to something very deep inside me, where I'm like, you know, this makes perfect sense. Why can't anybody else see it? You know, very long time ago, perhaps before my time, a man named Ross Perot talked about how if NAFTA was signed, there would be a giant sucking sound, and that would be the sound of all the jobs being pulled south of the border, because it would incentivize people to make all their factories not be in America, you know, because you can pay people an awful lot less. Yeah, he did. He did. I mean, what was it? Day one, Biden killed that pipeline. And you have all these people in Pennsylvania complaining, well, apparently you guys voted for him. You've voted your own job away, you know? But I mean, companies, you know, that is capitalism. Companies do exactly what you incentivize them to do financially. So if you don't do some kind of protectionism, it falls apart. I have so many people, when I'm debating with them about stuff like this, they try to throw it in my face like, oh, what happened to the free market, bro? I don't believe in the free market. Not totally free, totally unrestricted, because if you have a totally unrestricted market, like, I'm not a libertarian here, like, I don't buy into the idea that these systems are magically self-sustaining, because pure greed is what powers these people. You have to incentivize them properly. And you have to restrict, you know, letting companies get so much control that they can just dominate, you know, as a monopoly, a particular area. Well, in certain conditions, certain types of things, but as we've learned with the internet, it doesn't really work. Sell my lung to buy cat food, purchasing McNukes from the McDonald's Corporation. Isn't that how the joke goes? Well, listen, if a totally unrestricted free market worked, then explain what's going on with GameStop right now and those stocks, you know, and brokerages straight up cheating their clients, you know. Exactly, Tony. But that's what I'm saying, is the quote-unquote free market, unless you restrict these people from doing shenanigans like that. I mean, what do you want to call a free market? Are you not allowed to have regulation in a free market? Because if so, I don't believe in the free market. If you're allowed to have regulation and still call it a free market, then I'm cool with it. But nice Crystal Pepsi. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen. My instinct is that they're going to find some way to screw people over. Supposedly Melvin Capital, they were trying to say that they sold out, that they somehow got rid of all their shorts, but I don't really see how that's possible. Okay, we just got marked again. Fuck me. Let's take a slow, very slow walk up to the staircase. Goodbye. Alrighty. We're gonna let my little demons help me out. See why I get that horn every time? Especially for a wacky challenge like this. Well, that's what I'm saying, Crystal Pepsi, is somebody is on the hook for that, you know? for more shares than actually exist. Right. Like, what happened to the squeeze, bro? And that's what I'm thinking is some kind of dirty trick. Dogecoin, you guys, everybody's like, I've had people telling me that I'm dumb that I'm not in Dogecoin, and I'm like, it's a meme, you know, like you might as well, in my mind, you might as well go to the casino and put it all on red, you know. I mean, I love crypto, but there's no, as best as I can tell, there's no reason for Doge to exist other than meme coin, you know. The number one rule of crypto is don't believe what anybody tells you. Do your own research and be smart. You know, don't blindly trust anybody. Not even me. You should if you ask me a question, I won't give financial advice. I will explain technical details, and I'll be happy to give my opinion about things. But nothing I say should be taken without a grain of salt. That should be true for literally everybody. Because especially in the crypto space, like, look, I love crypto, I love Bitcoin, but there's a lot of scams. There's a lot of scams everywhere, but, you know, I would be lying to say that there aren't a lot of scams in crypto. And it's a confusing place to be just because of the underlying technology. So it's very easy to trick people into getting excited about a particular project, and it turns out it's like vaporware, basically. So just be on your guard. But that's true for all investing, you know. So I've been talking a lot and not paying a whole lot of attention, but we seem to be doing okay here. Vapor coin. Hey, that sounds cool. I'm gonna invest all my money into it. Let me jump right on that, bro. Whoa, it's the future. Watch that be a real thing. Gary Burton. I do not believe in Ripple. Personally. But it's your money. You do what you want, man. I'm something of a Bitcoin maximalist, I guess you could say. Hey, I'm silenced, but that's okay. So how about all those orbs of fire that we didn't die to? How many did we kill? 5, 6? I did not think we were going to be able to do that quite so straightforwardly. I mean, I guess there were some moments. We did stab one, that's true. I'm taking fighting to 27. As always, throughout this entire... Gary Burton based. As always, throughout this entire game, my scaling looks really wonky, but we're going to take fighting to 27 strictly because I want a goddamn damage boost, so my dagger damage is just slightly less awful. Well, think about it. If I'm stuck with a dagger, I want every little boost I can get. I guess I could train spellcasting, I don't know. I should be getting defenses, but, like, I tell you that the number one thing is just our inability to do damage to things. I'm sad that darkness doesn't exist anymore. Yeah, don't pick up the orb. Trust me, I won't. We're not allowed yet. We have to get 9 runes. Brass knuckles. Yeah. The ringmail of good intentions. Hey. How positive. Darkness was absolutely worth using if you were really hellbent on playing a stealth guy. Can't silence these, can you? No. You know what would be super cool is if Okawaru gave me like a +10 dagger of anti-magic. I should probably check around for daggers of anti-magic because that would have been handy. That would have been a way to kill orbs of fire. So we're going to check every dagger in the game now. Because I can. I wonder what the chance of this working is. Probably not that great. That's right. Listen, that's just, you may not like it, but this is what peak performance looks like, okay? 135 HP. Due to the nature of the challenge, we have to stay in Bloodless, which reduces our max HP, and then the 2 Frails does that more. 5 forms of Frail, hell yeah. Can you get Transient Frail on top of Real Frail? I don't think so. Dagger of Protection, that's kind of cute, I guess. Let's keep looking. Interesting. I never did the rest of Orc. I'm fighting with a dagger, so it's okay to tap through all this shit. Are you serious? Okay, it's a manual long blades. Never mind. I was gonna say, did I get screwed out of this? Can these guys be blinded? Okay, dogs are apparently immune to being blinded. Don't ask me why. I couldn't tell you. Because they use nose. Oh, okay, fair enough. I guess. I'm a little suspicious of this explanation, but I'm gonna take it. So this whole time we could have had an ice ring with strength +4 on it. A manual of long blades, which would have been a godsend on this character if we didn't have these wacky rules. They are sniffing. Okay, maybe my vampire smells really bad, and that's why they can... I smell like rotten vampire. The dogs know exactly where I am. Alright, what do I want to do here? I want to switch to Gozag, bro. Pay that 4,844 gold. Too bad I'm not allowed. I think it's Ziggurat time. I think if we go into a Ziggurat, we could find something useful. Have I seen all the daggers? No, I haven't, actually. Let's check for more. We're looking for anti-magic. Well, that's a little bit vague. But I'm not allowed any necromancy, and I am essentially not allowed to use any high-level magic that doesn't fit the theme of a mind-affecting sort of sneaky vampire. So Discord was okay for obvious reasons, but like Firestorm or Absolute Zero would not be, and high-level summons would not be. He made an exception for LCS for some reason. I think he said that Mana Viper would be too strong, or else we would be using that. Let me just think for a second. Maybe I really should get LCS online. He said it was okay. You would think, but I'm afraid that... Sorry if I just made a loud noise, by the way. I was setting my glass down. He said that Iron Shot wasn't allowed, but LCS was. Yeah, we could summon small mammals. Jory cosplay. Hey, that's kind of cool, actually. Let me see. Could I meme myself into this? I think I'm allowed to use translocations of whatever level. That makes sense. It's pretty based. Rogue shenanigans. But then again, Firestorm could do that too. No, the translocations, yeah, that I'm 99% sure that's fine. We've been using Blink this whole time, but there's no high-level translocation that would really fix this game for me. I guess Disjunction, maybe. Just so I can go ninja runes and stuff. Excruciating wounds. Nope, no necromancy allowed. Although I think that was more to avoid me using allies, you know. I probably should have pass wall memorized, I suppose. Well, that's up to Berser. He's the requester, so he gets to, even if it doesn't necessarily make sense, he gets to choose. VP sucks at conjuration. It's true. That's true. He also sucks at translocations, though. Anyway, we're going to get pass wall online. It could potentially still be useful, at least for the orb run. We need 5 more runes. I tell you what I'm really tempted to do is I'm seriously tempted to run into Pan. I just think it's going to go better than Hell. We could also do... We could probably get away with doing Tomb, believe it or not. We're immune to Torment. So... if we're just ninjaing, as long as we could get past the first 2 floors, we could just ninja, grab the rune, and leave, you know? I would have to stab them, Gary Burton, if that didn't work. What? Oh, fuck you! I thought these were called... When did this name change happen? Okay, whatever. They're royal mummies now. I'm going to call them greater mummies. Anyway, 4 pips of MR+. It's too much to confusing touch them, really. I could net them, so there's that. They can finish the crusade. They finished the crusade against greatness. There's the Great Orb of Eyes, though. What about that? And for some reason, if I search Greater, I get Blizzard Demon, Orc Knight, and Louise. What spellbook? What are you talking about? Oh, you mean the mummy? This has always been the Greater Mummy book. Just trying to think, how would I kill these guys? Melee would be horrid. We can't be tormented, but their scarabs and their scorpions would certainly cause an issue. I can blind them. No, I can't. They undead are inherently immune to Dazzle Flash, and in any event, it is hit die related as well. Yeah, you don't go into Tomb really, Green Eggs. The thing is, we could silence them, and then it's just a question of can I tab down 195 HP before the silence ends. I mean, that would be the big path, I guess. I'm gonna take a look. I mean, there's the stat drain problem, I suppose. Just Berserk and Silence. I can't Berserk. I'm not allowed to leave bloodless. That is a really good idea, though, doesn't he, if that wasn't allowed. Or if that was allowed, rather. The 4 Greater Mummy books were combined. In that case, I actually agree with that change. I talked a lot of shit about the books being changed for liches, which I believe took more away from the game than added, but with regards to Greater Mummies, I think I actually prefer, because it has never felt particularly interesting that the fact that Greater Mummies have had different books. Oh, it was a joke? Oh, sorry. I am immune to jokes, as they say, because I fail to recognize that they are humorous. Or I fail to recognize that they're not serious, I should say. I think you might want to play test with the current book, because that book looks pretty spooky to me as it is. Guaranteed access to scarabs means every single greater mummy is pretty pretty scary, but there's definitely, I don't know, there's room to play around. We're slow right now. Hope you didn't think I was serious about Ripple. No, I was pretty sure that was a joke. Who knows, though? You never know. Yeah, that's right. Come into my fire clouds, bros. Jesus. My corrosive artifact corrodes me. Final Fantasy VI Ripple. No, it's a cryptocurrency, doesn't he? Also known as XRP, which has been in hot water lately because they got registered as a... They got sued by the SEC for being a security, and they're like, no, we're not a security, but they kind of pretty much are. What if the corrosive artifact caused item damage to itself? That would be pretty unpleasant, I have to say. Can scarabs see invis? They cannot, actually. I had completely forgotten about that. Based. Are you safe here in Tombs? Well, we're gonna find out. Wait off the contam. Rippler was a spell in Final Fantasy VI that allowed monsters to steal Interceptor. What? I don't remember that. Was Rippler the, was that one of the blue magic spells from monsters? I remember there were like a billion bugs in Final Fantasy VI, but the worst of them was the one that would happen when you just like made the game-ending mistake of using Realm's sketch ability against the wrong monster. My favorite Final Fantasy VI bug, though, has to be the fact that, and this is kind of funny because this is like a AAA, I mean, I know it's like back in the day, so maybe they were flying by the seat of their pants a little bit more, but it's like a big studio, it's, you know, it's Square Enix or whatever, and yet, the magic resistance, or whatever it was called, magic evade, simply didn't do anything. Or actually, no, evasion didn't do anything, and magic evade just applied for both magic attacks and regular attacks, so it's like they didn't test it or something. But basically, by stacking magic evade to huge levels, you could become immune to damage. AAA games aren't exactly bug-free right now. That's true. That's true. I shouldn't really denigrate it because, I mean, of course, it's one of the best games of all time, but... and I don't know, I mean, back then, I don't know how much budget they had to work with. So maybe they just ran out of time, you know? It's a classic, though. One of my favorite games. Okay, here's our test, you guys. Can't even call it Final Fantasy III anymore. What? Okay, we've been blinked next to all this crap. I hate it. Thanks, I hate it. Let's telly. No, the only thing that I will well and truly bemoan about Final Fantasy VI is the fact that these greedy bastards made a mobile version that looks like something that I created out of my asshole after a particularly vigorous bout with Taco Bell. And seriously, Google it sometime if you don't believe me. Not what I just said, but the Final Fantasy VI mobile version. Oh shit, what am I doing? Oh shit, this guy has a huge amount of damage to spell. We have to blink away. But seriously, it looks awful. It's actually stunning, just like how bad it looks. Okay, what to do here? We have run into this guy. It's like they took the graphics of the original game and slapped on crappy, really fuzzy sprites. on top of it. It's just completely incongruous, you know. Okay, box of beasts, silence. So this is how it's done here, at least. He can do how much damage to me? 35. I'm going to take the risk, and we're going to go in and fight him. Nice, we got the stab. Hey! Thanks for the scroll of blinking, bro. See, I made a big mistake there. The Ushabtis, which are basically like little jars, can do enormous damage to me. That's the big risk here, believe it or not the greater mummies. Gosh, I sure wish my stealth was just like a little bit higher. Just a little tiny bit. But yeah, our success in this branch is pretty much going to be contingent upon the layout of like how many traps we have to deal with on floor 3. Yes, I know, Tony. I mean the actual stealth value. I wish there was some way to make it higher. Statue here with that trap is hellish. Yes. Yes, it is, my friend. Yes, it sure is. So, a couple of problems here. We're going to be slow a lot. The game has been unkind to me in terms of potions. That is to say, I don't have a single cancel potion, so taking the slow off is impossible. And we have no haste either, due to my own reckless wild play and the nature of the challenge itself siphoning hastes off me like nobody's business. So, whoops. I don't know if I'm really inclined to go down. Please do not put dispersal traps in B-crawl. It should move the statue closer to me. Well, we're going to find out, actually. No, it doesn't do it. Hey, I'm really glad that Ebering is a competent developer and he tests things and fixes things when problems are revealed to him, because this is really good design right here. I think that this is the sign of a super duper competent developer who thought things through and really pays attention and listens to feedback and isn't an asshole. Because doing this over and over is a whole lot of fun. I'm enjoying myself. Are you guys? Are you guys enjoying yourself? Yeah, I'm cool with dispersal traps being in Zot for sure. Less so right here. Oh yeah, it's been reported to them. I think it's been at least a year. They just don't give a shit. They just do not give a shit. It's laziness. It's pure laziness. I would be able to forgive incompetence more than this. Unfortunately, it's both that and laziness. They don't give a shit, dude. How many times are we up to? Yep, you're right. It was up timer, right? Son of a bitch. Okay, I cannot silence the dispel. Yeah, I think it's impossible to get in. So does that mean I just can't do, this? Unless I find stasis, which, there is no stasis item anymore, is there? And minus Telly doesn't exist either. Yeah, I'd have to get Lagonu or I'd need to cast Shatter. I do have minus Telly access. Does that work on Blink? Throw rocks at the statue. Well, killing the statue doesn't fix the problem. Fog doesn't fix the problem either, I don't think. I think it would send me away, not toward. Although I am mildly curious now. Okay, yeah, that worked. What? 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 What the fuck, dude? What the fuck? How did I get dispersaled here? Explain! What? I was here! And now I'm here! It's not even... Oh, was there a telly trap? Or did it just glitch out and send me over here? It says you blink. No, there's no telly trap. It just says some kind of glitch with dispersal. You see a telly trap in here? Nope. You blink, you enter the dispersal trap. I got chain disperse, and for some reason that just like... But the thing is, there's no reason why... I couldn't see this tile. It's impossible. You know? Oh, are you saying I blinked outside and then... That's not even possible, though. I wouldn't be able to see this location from here. No, okay, wait, that's where I was. I think I got triple blinked, actually. Somehow. I think what happened is I got sent into this thing. I got blinked out into this dispersal, which blinked me over here. Wait, no. No, that doesn't make sense. Anyway, this is dumb as hell. I think he got blinked up to like 8 times. We're gonna grab the minus telly, I guess. Okay, now the big question is, do I... It must have been a quantum leap. Okay, that's pretty good. Do we keep going? Thanks, Ebering. Very cool. Very cool, Ebering. Good design, bro. I wonder. This could go so well is the thing. If we go down and are able to just get a bunch of stabs, we could just like clear this floor instantly. No, I don't think that Versailles would have a problem with me casting Shatter once, but just to clear the... Because, I mean, the Shatter Ninja is a well-loved archetype in DCSS that they mostly ruined. Is this the Mummy Tomb? All tombs are Mummy Tombs, but yeah. Yeah, we just kind of lack the tools that would make this safer to do. Let's not subject ourselves to this just yet. Let's head into... You mean the Mummy Tomb? I mean, I don't know what you mean. This is Tomb. By the way, I think there's loot in here. Okay. So yeah, we'll go to the ziggurat. Oh, right, I never dug it out. Correct. Yeah, that's the one. Great Exo Slam. You immune to lightning? Jesus Christ. This guy can do a lot of damage to me. I will be convulsing. Come on, bro. Don't self-heal so much. There we go. Sure would be funny if you died to one angel. Hey, that's not funny. That's horrible. That is pretty funny, Tony. Yeah, I agree. Then if you cast darkness, there's a reason for it, right? I'm dropping a tropo. I don't want a train throwing. Okay, we have 5 slots of the inventory. This will be fine. Let's go in. Okay, so what's interesting is we have something really cool available to us, which might allow me to do a whole lot of these floors. That is to say, Discord is stupid good in here. We also have 5 immolate and we have 4 vulnerabilities, so we could make some interesting, really interesting things happen here. What's up, friend? Hellfire guy. Fuck you. Okay. Yep, I see that. Adios. There you go, Green Eggs and Slam. Just get upset that you got pinged. It's perfect. So yeah, we're sneaking through this. We're sneaking through this place. I'm a little contaminated, so I'm trying to avoid going invis again. Go to sleep, bro. Can I use a wizard staff if I want to go for LCS? He didn't say that I couldn't. I mean, right now I'm literally just training spellcasting because I'm not sure what else to do. I mean, I wanted to take fighting to 27, but we train 27 short blades. There's a wizardry ring available in Orc. Okay, no stabs here. Uh-huh. Should I silence, maybe? Yeah, it's Santa Claus. So I'm going to stab all this other stuff. Not because I'm worried about it, but because I wanted to give my bros here less things to attack. And I really want them to kill the Ancient Lich. In fact, I can order them to attack him. Come on, dude. There we go. Out of curiosity, I'm not allowed to use it, but I am going to look. A +1 quick blade. You actually can order. You can order while you're silent. I guess your guy's like pointing or something. They changed that. Which I think was a good change, considering the fact that silence is so outrageously powerful and deadly for the player. Why don't we drink a mutation potion to see if we can fix this a bit? Horns. Well, we got one frail away. If you shout while silenced, that doesn't work. Ah! Okay. Yeah, sorry about that. I'm not the one who made the giant pink flash. That hurt my eyes too. Is there anything in here I care about? Yes, there's 2 blink scrolls. I have to actually do this floor. However... Hello, Mendoza. Haven't been able to find you online, but I watch your videos a lot. Great help. I'm glad. I'm still waiting to finish a run, but I have made 12 and 13 runes as best so far. Well, if you can get 12 and 13 runes, you can definitely finish the game. Just a matter of mastering that late game if you're really hell-bent on getting 15 runes, and there's a lot of little things that could trip you up, but I mean, sounds like you're on your way. So yeah, I'm glad you're finding my stuff helpful. Play the ping noise? What the... Oh, you want me to cast Discord? I probably will. I don't know if it actually works on sleeping things, believe it or not. They'll mostly just kill each other if I cast Discord and not help me out too much with these statues. Yeah, that's the nature of DCSS Mendoza for sure. Okay, so I was correct. It will not do anything to sleeping guys, I guess. Oh wait, maybe it will. No, it doesn't do anything to sleeping guys. Oh god, no. I didn't want to blink there. Super cool dagger on a Spriggan Enchanter. It was like a lightning rod dagger. Yeah, that's an unrad. That's called What is that called? I don't remember what that's called. It's cool, though. Arc Blade. Are these guys resistant to lightning or immune? Resistant. And resistant. Okay. What a wacky way to beat this floor. Whatever works, though. Furiously sleeping. Dude, that's just me every single night. Just wake up in a rage. Go to bed in a rage. Thinking about politics. Yeah, that was a good find there, Tony. I am glad that I can do that because otherwise this would be quite annoying. Let's start going in Vez as we go down. I forget if these see invisible. They do. And I can't blind them. I can confusing touch them. Yeah, I think what I did, if I remember correctly, I think what I did in Slime for the acid blobs was I just used resources on them, because everything else I had a way to kill. Did I get malmuted? Your biggest problem is being too conservative with potions and wands, knowing when you should use them, kind of had to learn. Yeah, that's a bit of an art form in this game for sure. Can definitely get in the way when you aren't using them at the right times. Oh, hello. Love to see this Shining Eye shapeshifter. How about you, buddy? So I'm trying to Discord a bunch. Clowns didn't want to take it. It has a killer clown hat. I suppose maybe it does. Oh no, I didn't know there was a second one. He has Disintegrate, which they're calling Mind Burst. It's a good advice, Richard. Okay, I used Condenser Vein. I was really hoping for Acid. That didn't happen. I'm gonna use the Horn. This is getting wacky. Yes. Yes, it is. I was really hoping that this guy would get distracted for a second, but it's not really happening for me. I mean, you should start thinking about escaping at like 80%, honestly, depending on the situation. Just really depends on how much damage the enemy can send out your way. What to do here? Well, I should Heroism is what I should do for defenses. Resistant to electricity. Do you resist poison? Yeah, you do. Do all Panlords resist poison? I don't remember. You should be thinking about escaping before the fight even starts. It's funny, it sounds funny to say that, but that's 100% true. I'm thinking maybe we have to bust out a vulnerability. Is there anything on this floor that I want? Oh, there's a 3-stack of mutation. We have to win this fight. I can't just run away. I want to pick that up. Love to get some haste. How about this? Can we... 14% to hit. Oh, he has about 1 billion pips of evasion. Damn you, Versaire, not letting me cast Val Clutch. It's funny because both of these guys have like dog shit AC, so Tremor Stones would win this fight super quick. But I can't hit my own friend here, or Oka will get mad at me. We can stack infinite frail if we just spam bat form. Well, we can stack infinite stat damage too. Do you want me to do that? Okay. What a wacky situation this is. This is actually incredibly dangerous due to the fact that there's killer clowns here. But it kind of is what it is. I think I just have to fool around here until my allies are all gone if I want to have a chance at killing this stuff. Well, maybe. I tell you what we're going to do is we're going to use the vulnerability. It's the pies that I'm afraid of. Wow, this dude's... Ah! This guy doesn't have electric resistance, so he's just sort of killing himself. Well, that's cute. 15% chance to para. That's less than I would have liked. We're going to kill him real quick, is what we're going to do. Okay, we're going to do Confusing Touch. 18%, that's not that bad. We actually get him confused immediately. Give me that stab, bro. There we go. I can just tab these guys. Probably. It's not bad. Still no haste. Still no cancellation. But we do have 5 blink now, which is pretty sweet. And most importantly, perhaps we have 5 mutation potions. I'm going to try to stop myself from being frail. You feel robust. You feel healthier. My body shape does not feel more normal now. Now it does. There we go. Took a second one. This will work. I'll take this. Should have put myself invisible before I went down, but that's okay. Based. Goodbye, Wretched Star. Yeah, mutation list does look pretty good, doesn't it? So we'll just Frenzy. Or Discord, I guess. Bro, that's the staff of Wukadmu. Imagine if this was a character who could make good use of that. And Spellbinder? Did they change it to where I can't... Okay, never mind. I was having trouble attacking without moving. Who pinged me? Ree! Holy Word. Still useful even though I'm undead and have to stay in bloodless form for the sake of the challenge. And we're gonna, I don't think there's anything that's stopping me from using Wukadmu, from what Versaire was saying. It would just be like I'm not allowed to attack with it, which wouldn't even be that much better than a dagger anyway, because 1, I don't have any staff training, and 2, it's a staff. So, oh boy, the base damage is 1 higher than a dagger. So I'm gonna assume it's okay for me to swap to that and activate it to get magic back. So we now, I guess we have infinite magic now. That's kind of cool. Alrighty, this guy is pretty spooky because he has Dispel Undead. Might want more dodging. Yeah, you're right. I'm being very, well, my justification for spamming up fighting so high was because I wanted more damage. Because we can't kill things quickly, so it's a huge problem. I don't disagree that I do want more defenses. How good is staffs if you were high air for an air staff? That used to be pretty cool, kind of less so now. I mean, it's comparable to Electric Brand, I guess you would say. Okay, how do we want to kill this thing? Am I even able to berserk the... Okay, so I berserk the Shadow Demon. Can I should say frenzy. I can frenzy the Reaper, it's just not... It's not really happening for me. I want to keep an enemy between me and the Shadow Fiend. That's this guy. On account of the fact that he can do so much damage to me. Hey, there we go. Can't use allies now, because Oka will get mad at me. I'm going to do this. I was hoping all those explosions would hit the Shadow Fiend and ruin his day entirely, but that didn't quite work. Let's Condenser Vein. Damn. Damn. Okay. Alright, I want to kill the Reaper. Believe it or not, I want to kill him before the Shadow Fiend, just so he explodes, and he kills the Shadow Fiend. Based. Damn, shawty. Is it worth training throwing on stabbers / enchanters for needles now? That's a great question. I probably wouldn't go in that direction myself, but I have such a low opinion of stabbers in general. The only reason I'm playing this is for the sake of the challenge. So if I'm playing an enchanter, 99% of the time I'm just turning him into a melee guy, or on certain species like Spriggans, I'm turning him into some kind of caster. As Gary Burton says, if you want to just become a throwing dude and worship Oka, I guess you could, you know, at that point, you might as well just be using javelins, as he says, because it does so much damage. No, once upon a time you only needed throwing for them. Now you need throwing and stealth. So it's not as good as it used to be. Personally, I really liked the archetype where you could... I used to make ogres, right? Who would just train nothing but throwing. And they didn't need stealth. There's a big fat-ass ogre. He's not good at being stealthy. But he would just like be able to aim the needle in the exact right spot, I guess. And it was really cool. Well, this character would be great with 22 throwing, but I think Sarah would probably take issue. I think I would be subverting the challenge a bit if I started using javelins. This character is not built this character is not built optimally, primarily because of the rules of the challenge more than any actual skilling choices I'm making. Now this is interesting. Oh boy. Oh boy. Probably. Certainly if it's silver. Well, this is pretty wacky. No. Throwing, you can find on YouTube, I've played at least one throwing ogre, and he threw the whole time, and it's great. There was a period of time where I thought ranged was the best thing in this game, and I really, really enjoyed playing throwing ogres, and I think I did 15 runes with that guy, actually. It was a huge amount of fun back in the day. I think maybe if you search on my channel for throwing ogre, you transition to throwing ogre. Yeah, it's if you're playing Oka and you have infinite rocks, then it's great. Am I crazy? I am tempted to use a holy word right here. Oh, we have 5 haste now. When did that happen? Have I been blind this whole time and I thought I didn't have them and I did? Curious. I guess we could use a haste. I could just silence and try to melee all this stuff with haste and evocables. I'm going to take a step and see what else we're dealing with here, because I can always silence and stop myself from taking too much damage. I won't be able to melee at all with the Entropy Weaver here, though. Okay, technically we're within range of getting LCS'd a whole lot of time, so I have to silence here. Or blink away, or do something along those lines. We don't know what kind of loot is available. I'm gonna have to use a resource to get through here, so let's just blink. Oh man, there's more stuff than I thought. There's no items that I care about. LCS cannot kill me. One by itself cannot touch me. So we're gonna step like this. We're gonna step like this. This is so wacky, I'm tempted to just immolate and go for it. Like immolate, then silence, and then just fight it out. Do we cast Discord? Well, the problem is that doesn't really work on... Well, it would work on some of this stuff, but it won't touch the liches. Yes, Discord would help. We could blink to the stairs, but I don't want to burn another blink scroll if I don't have to. I think we immolate. I think we do Discord. And then I think we silence. And this is just a little bit wacky. Just a little bit wacky. Okay. Wait a minute, did we? They're not frenzied. I don't know why I thought, for a second I thought the liches were frenzied. Alright, so the Dread Lich is resistant to electricity. We're gonna... I may have screwed up a bit here. First thing we're gonna do is we're gonna copy this fella. I do not have evocable blink, do I? This could actually get quite bad. This could be the end, my friends. Probably not, but it could be. Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna lightning rod through here. Hopefully giving me a chance to... No, it's not working. Maybe. Nope. Is anybody distracted? Nobody's distracted. I've got to burn a haste. This is stupid. This is really, really stupid. I've got to burn a haste, I've got to burn a might, and I've got to just go to work on these guys. Way more resources than I would have liked to have used. But the alternative is we just kind of lose here. Crab is attacking me. Let's take a step so the crab stops attacking me. Turns out the crab is a shapeshifter, I guess. Okay, this kills the crab. It's true. That is what it does. That was not very smoothly done, I have to admit. Am I ever going to need enchant armor again? No, there's no way. It's not possible, so we'll drop enchant armor. Oh boy. Well, have fun, guys. This is the ultimate level to cast Discord on. You've been pinged. Yep, certain floors Discord just kind of erases it. And I'm totally cool with that. I am a-okay with that. Okay, we have 4 blink, we have 4 haste, we have 1 might. We're moving on up. We're getting there. What's the actual floor here? Oh, man. Well, I can't be tormented, so this isn't that bad. This could be much worse. Oh, hey, there's a ghost. The floor can spawn ghosts now. What's up, buddy? Okay, check it out. Vulnerability plus Discord becomes kind of cute. Did this dickhead just summon undead and he summoned a ghost? Is that what I'm to believe just happened? No, I think it was a summon creatures, shadow creatures, and on this floor shadow creatures can make a ghost. That is really something, I have to say. That is just really, that is really something. Alright, let's step away. Alright. In the tongue of in the native tongue of my people, we call this horse shit. I think we're gonna have to blink to the staircase and leave. New monster spell? What are you talking about? No, it's not a new monster spell. They just made it so that ghosts can spawn in certain ziggurat floors, and so shadow creatures can just make ghosts here. Summon Ghost would be a cool spell idea, though, I suppose. Hey, look, it's Fokker. He's got Tornado. He's got Tornado, you guys. Oh boy, he could actually blow me right off the staircase, huh? Yeah, 5 to 392 damage, no big deal. I mean, yeah, he had Tornado. He belonged in a ziggurat if he's a real guy who actually died here. Well, there's a lot of damage possible here. If I blink, I could be dispelled. I could be tornadoed off the thing. I think we are going to take the risk, though. We're actually going to leave this place. We've had a good run, you guys. We get to take this lovely friend with us. And of course the condenser vein memes me. Oh my god. This guy. This guy. We'd have to...
Fuck you!
Yes, that's what is... Yes, Tony, correct.
You fucking no-brain pussy! Fuck you!
Yes, that's what's happening right now. Yeah, the ghost followed me out. That's right. So we're going to copy the Revenant, who will hopefully cast a spell undead on some of these guys. Yeah, Discord really takes you far. We could have gone even further. Hey, we do have a Vocable Blink. When did that happen? Oh, it's a mutation. Okay. We're going to silence. I was really, really hoping that my allies would distract this guy. Not fucking happening, so let's make a box of beasts. Luckily, I can't be dispelled through this dude. Come on, man. Give me one distraction stab. It's all I need. What are his defenses? Just amazing. Yeah, I'm sure that this Deep Elf Conjurer of Vehumet actually had that much AC. Maybe he died in statue form, actually. Or maybe this is an entirely fake ghost. Hey, there was the distraction stab. He's going to be casting... He was going to be casting nothing because I did not let him. Alrighty, I didn't want to spend so much time in that place, but I felt like the character needed the help. I'm just gonna go to Pandemonium, man. We have a lot of magic mapping. And Pandemonium is relatively friendly towards towards sneaky stabbers. And on top of that, wait a minute, this is the demonic rune. On top of that, we need to go to the Abyss at some point anyway for a free rune. I'm going to be tabbing a little more. I seriously doubt the Berserker would care. Basically, just the popcorn. We're not going to be spending a whole lot of time trying to stab popcorn at this point. We'll still use the dagger as per the rules, but what about Holy Pandemonium? Well, if we get that, we're just going to fucking leave. Basically, we're gonna find our way out. The goal for the challenge is actually 9 runes. I could go to 15 if people particularly wanted me to, but it's just going to take a lot of time. We will avoid Pearl Dragons is what we'll do. Okay, there's the Panlord. Corrosive Bolt, huh? Let's do this a lot. Okay, I've discorded a whole lot of stuff. We're gonna let those things fight each other. Oh, hello, Sentinel Man. Alright, Green Island, thanks for coming to the stream, man. I might actually, probably after we get this demonic rune, I think this is a good stopping point. I've streamed for like way longer than I intended anyway, so I have a couple things I want to do. I'm working on that game again. I set up a thing the other day where you can now move from area to area in it. And tonight what I'd like to do is make it so that I'm going to set up buildings, I guess you could say, in towns that will transfer from zone to zone when you go into the door, which involves a few more moving parts than you might think. It's slightly more complicated than you might think, because I have to have a collision detection happen on a specific part of the tile, basically, or of the sprite. And it'll be interesting to set that up. But instead, I've played DCSS, so I am making what I guess you would call a roguelite, an RPG with roguelite elements. It is modeled in part after an old PS1 game called Saga Frontier. That's where I'm getting a lot of my inspiration for at least the visual aspects of it. Should be interesting. We'll see. I actually wrote my own engine in Java, believe it or not, with Joggle, which is the direct OpenGL stuff with Java. You can laugh if you like. But Minecraft is written in Java, I'll have you know. Or at least it used to be. Okay, this Panlord didn't want to bite the dust. He just didn't want to take the pain. Let's copy him. Let's do some more Discord. Undertale's made in Game Maker. Well, that's the thing, man. If your game works, your game works. You know, you can make fun of Unity games and stuff, and you probably should if they perform poorly. But at the end of the day, if it works, it works. So this is kind of funny. He can summon dragons, and I'm about to basically use his own dragons to ruin his day, you know. Let's... Oh, Charm is really good. Mind Control, Charm, whatever. This is a Juggernaut Simulacrum. We're going to Mind Control the Juggernaut Simulacrum. And he's apparently not going to do a goddamn thing for me. That's a Berserked Dragon, though, just like we wanted. Box of Beasts. What is his defenses like? It's got bad evasion. He should be taking more damage than this. Alright, fine, bro. If you're gonna force me to use nets, I will use nets. Surprisingly, nets work just fine against a lot of Panlords. Not all. Sometimes their evasion is just so high it's not worth trying. Don't give the devs any ideas there, Grim84. People spend way too much time obsessing over tools instead of just using them to get results. Yeah, just like make game. That's what they say, right? But for real, I mean, planning something out perfectly is really good, especially in computer science, but actually having something to show for it is, in my opinion, much better. Just make something. You could make a video. I mean, I've never used COBOL, but I imagine you could make a really good video game in COBOL if you felt like it. Probably not, actually, but I wonder, is there a graphics engine for COBOL? Oh yeah, you want to get an artist for sure. Right now I'm just using pilfered sprites from like opengameart.com or whatever that website is. Kingdom of Loathing was made in Perl. Yeah, you can do anything, man. I've seen I've seen people using Perl to do what PHP usually does, you know. So I mean, you can there are many ways to skin a cat, as they say. Oops, I did not mean to switch to the staff of Wukad Mu. Let's link away from this. This isn't anybody's floor. We already have the demonic runes, so goodbye. Oh, we're marked. Okay. Guess what we don't have? We don't have cancel, because the game has been incredibly stingy. How's stabbing pan going? It's okay. We have the demonic rune. I got marked, which is really obnoxious. And we have not found a single cancel throughout the whole game. I think maybe we're going to take a little trip through the abyss. A cancel's still in the game as best as I know. I sure hope it's not gone forever. That would be upsetting. But yeah, we've kind of started tabbing popcorn type monsters. I mean, he said that we could use the dagger just to do regular attacks if need be. This is a weird pan floor, yeah, man. How strange. Extended is so tedious. Yep, that's why I never do it. I can't even blame the challenge for extended being tedious here. That's just the nature of extended. Turns walls into monsters? What are you talking about? I'm gonna brand this. Whoa. Oh no, I didn't know you could rebrand to that bullshit now. Well, that's not ideal. I really don't want that, but I guess we'll be getting extra damage out of it. It's gonna make spectral weapons. No, this might actually be okay. Maybe if it can cause distractions, then this is gonna be excellent. Died earlier today in a new way for me. Good. That means you will learn something. A spell that did a lot of damage to me knocked me into a rock wall. That is called Force Lance, and that can do as much, perhaps even more damage than LCS. Gotta watch out for enemies with that, for sure. Problem is, we're taking more damage from the spectral weapon. Can the spectral weapon get stabs? That's a great question. If it swings at the same time as me and then... Oh yeah, things are getting distracted. Okay, this is great. That's pretty sick, actually. Okay, this is great. We are now smooth riding. We are, we're an easy rider over here with this spectral weapon. I didn't think this was going to do... Yeah, I didn't think this was going to do that, but apparently it does. Calculated that you wouldn't die getting hit from it once. Yeah, you didn't know. And that's one of those things, unfortunately. I wish the game, if the game was better designed, it would do a better job of communicating that to the player. The fact that it will, in fact, do damage to you. And in an ideal world, it would tell you exactly how much damage it's going to do if you hit the wall. But unfortunately, DCSS just doesn't do a particularly good job of that. So I'd like to find the rune, please. But I'm stuck in this dumb fire vault, which, come to think of it, is... I mean, is it making noise? I guess it's not. Entropic Weave? No, Entropic Weave doesn't do damage. You're talking about Entropy Weavers, right? With the, yeah, Entropic Weave. No, it literally just corrodes you. Smite targeted, so it can do it anytime the guy can see you and isn't behind a clear wall or something. Bruh. Bruh. This is the most convoluted, maze-like section of Abyss that I've ever been in. It's another magic mapping. I'd actually be happy to take that into my possession. Have I gotten the rune? No. No, we're looking for it. Why does it sound like 2 key presses when I'm attacking monsters? Because I have so many force mores that I'm often pressing the enter key right afterwards. Which is probably not the best idea. I think I've just like developed muscle memory to force myself to do that, which is kind of defeating the whole point of the force more. You are the first person who has noticed that, by the way. You win the prize. There is no prize, but if there was, you would win it. Okay, we're not going to take the exit. I am just going to keep looking for downstairs or the rune. Oh man, these stabs are crazy. I bet Versailles didn't know that Spectral Brand existed when he gave this challenge for me to do. Joke's on him. Spam is soothing, yeah. Well, I love my mechanical keyboard. I am really not a person who spends money on things, really, ever. It's just like, even when I have money to burn, it's just one of those things where I just don't like spending it. But I tell you, this keyboard is one of my favorite things that I ever spend money on, and I would do it again in a heartbeat if this broke. The Minotaur Fighter run, all the, that's like one of the 2 speed runs that I have online, right? I wish, more than anything, I wish that I had, when it comes to DCSS, more than anything, I wish that I had recorded this one Minotaur speed run I did. I think it was in the .24 tournament, where I found Che, and I rolled with it, and that became my speed run for the tournament. And it was like, it was the funniest run because I just took it off of a, shit. What the fuck is going on? I took it off of a Faded Altar, and then I was just like, alright, this is what we're doing. Where is all this hellfire coming from? I don't... Okay, there he is. So that's a moment where having Spectral Weapon becomes a bit horrifying, because I'm taking extra damage, you know. I feel like this Spectral Dagger, I feel like it's doing more damage than it should be doing. For some reason. Maybe not. Maybe it's just all my slaying. Let's rest a moment before we open this door. You know what's super sick is I can silence here and I still get the Spectral Weapon and I get the stab. The amount of power this character gained. Does it get my slay bonus? Now that is a great question, I don't know. It certainly gets the bonus from the weapon itself. If I were to go simply by the character page, the XV or whatever you want to call it, it says it hits for 5 damage plus its +9 Spectral Weapon. So it's treated as a monster with 5 base damage, and then it's holding a dagger. So if I had to guess, no, but I guess I don't know. I don't think so. It's really interesting though. No, it means it has, well, yeah, I guess that is what that means. 5 plus 4, well, the way monsters work is it'll do 5 plus 4 and then minus 2 because it's wielding a weapon. Don't ask me why it works that way, it just does. Base damage of a dagger is 4, so 5 plus 4 minus 2 is 7. So it's a base 7 damage, I guess you could say. Well, that was underwhelming. That door leading to nowhere. Jesus Christ. Okay. I'm gonna ice blast this guy to death. This abyss looks different than you remember it. Well, abyss certainly looks different every time you do it, but you may have played in an older version where it looked super duper different. Yeah, Mendoza, that's I mean, it's a very meaningful piece of trivia to know, I'll tell you that much, because that's the difference between this character, this enemy can one-shot me and this enemy can't one-shot me. You know, a hobgoblin, for instance, with a dagger. Hobgoblins have what? Yeah, 5 base damage. Dagger has 4. That's the difference between 7 and 9 damage per hit maximum. Yeah, well, nobody tells you that. Or nothing in the game tells you that. You have to hear it from somebody like me who has, like, played this game too much, you know? And I think that's really an unfortunate thing about the game, because it straight up fibs to you. It fibs to you about how much damage monsters can do. Yes, there are many combos, mostly Spriggans and Felids, that can run into monsters that can just kind of insta-kill them. We have a lot of Ice Blast now. Let's immediately blow through all of them. Apparently. Sweet, more curing. The game really doesn't seem to want to give me a rune here. We're blessedly free of the Zot Clock, though. How about that? Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Ah, fuck me, he found me. This is really quite bad. Stab? Nope. Jesus Christ. Okay, I'll heal wounds. Please don't. Come on, just get like a single distract. I guess we can do damage here. Where's all this damage coming from? It actually seems like I'm doing just as much as the Spectral Weapon. But Spectral Weapon was always a really powerful spell, you know? It was always a spell that I wasn't really terribly interested in using. Not because it wasn't good, but because I'm just always paranoid about taking more damage than I have to. Wait, this is the Rune Vault. Okay, hold on. Let me cast Blink. Shit, that's exactly where I didn't want to end up. Oh no! Oh my god! Oh boy! We could have died instantly. We're not dead. Fuck you! We're fine, bro. Everything's good. Let's do an even more dangerous thing and blink over here. Alright, let me drink haste. Let's stop being quite so crazy. Drink some heal wounds. Drink some invis. Why don't I cast Discord like a smart person? There we go. The rune is apparently in there. I blinked incorrectly. I was trying to talk and play at the same time again. It never works out so well. Let's copy this fella. Let's just make some friends, basically. guy's gonna corrosive bolt through this dude, and it's gonna be super lame. Spectral weapon shares damage with you. Yes, there it is. I don't see a spectral weapon anywhere. It's just kind of taking damage with no permission from me. Let's take a step. There's too much stuff. I am hasted. It's heroism. Drink another heal wounds. Man, there's too much damage on the table. It's annoying because I would like to file a floods this dude, but my beast is in the way. Unwield the dagger? We could, but it's not causing enough damage for me to care. I have far more pressing concerns. I'm gonna roll the dice on the blink. I'm playing like crazy reckless, but it's okay. Okay, terrific. Let's just end this man's whole career. Oh, hello guys. There's so much damage possible. Could definitely die here. If this was like a streak game, I'd be panicking right now, but gotta make it entertaining, right? Thought this room would be empty. It is not. It has a lot of very ugly-ass things in it. The Apocalypse Crab we can definitely discord. Probably the Reaver 2. Quick memorize apportation. Probably not the Thorn Hunter, probably not the Sorcerer. So the amount of damage on the table right now is just stupendous. Absolutely stupendous. Energy Bolt, plus Corrosive Bolt, plus Chaos Breath, I suppose. Thorn Hunter, 6, 12, 18. Estimate 200 damage on the table right now if things go particularly bad. It's quite a lot. We could file and turn this off, you know. I might just read summoning. Let's just do that. Can I Discord? So here's what's funny, and I just kind of did this because I wanted to test it. You can summon and then Discord, and Oka does not give a shit, which is comical because it leads to your allies dying. You'd think he would be upset about that, but apparently not. Apparently not. The blood is on their hands. Yes. Yeah, Oka loves it because it's just more people fighting, I guess. Got that rune. Time to teleport. Yeah, so this was inexpertly done. I'm playing very much like a madman. The chaos effect paralyzed the Thorn Hunter. But hey, this is more fun than streak play. To some degree, anyway. I've played worse, true. Hey bro, it's pure skill. I'm basically this is not actually a challenge from Versailles. This is simply the dentist cosplay. We are pretending to be Dentist the player. This is just an average Tuesday for him, basically. Tabbing into those elves was worse, rather. On this character, did I tab into elves, or are you talking about on the streak that one time? I think I know what you're talking about, because I remember I was like halfway sure I was going to lose the streak. I had to burn like 5 consecutive blinks. Was this the one where I was silenced for a while, and I ended up having to blink into the elves, and then silencing or something like that? Yeah, that was horrifying. We got out of it, though. I'm not going to like pretend that I never make a mistake. I mean, there's video evidence that that's not true, but that's kind of what DCSS does, is you play long enough that it sort of extracts mistakes out of you. And that's one of the reasons why streak play is so interesting to me, because while it's possible for the game to just fuck you over, typically it's because you made a mistake that you lost the game. Like on that Tengu Fire Elementalist recently, I had a horrible first floor, and I can talk all I want about how badly designed Foxfire is, and oh boy, it is badly designed, but at the end of the day, I put myself in the situation that almost ended the streak. Now, I could have been teleported into that situation through no fault of my own. That could have happened, but that isn't what happened. I was in the hallway sort of on my own. Like, I got myself there. So at the end of the day, if I had lost the streak, it would have been my fault. Can still complain about Foxfire being badly designed, though, and I will. Anyway, we have 6 runes now. We only need to get 3 more per Versailles request. I think those are all going to be Pandemonium runes. If we get the Holy Floor of Pandemonium, we'll probably just head straight for an exit and bail. I really wish that Darkness still existed. It would be super thematic and would also help this character a lot, but it's no such spell. Nevertheless, I think we'll be okay. I'm probably just going to keep training fighting. I actually have a really good reason to keep doing that for damage now that I have the Spectral Dagger. On the other hand, and actually come to think of it, our damage problem is totally resolved. Because we can just kind of create stabs out of thin air, so that means that we actually want defense more now. So while fighting does give me HP, I think that, you know, the cost is so much lower for these two. We're gonna cap this out at 25 and then start training these, and have some massive boost to our AC and our evasion by the end of the game. So this looks pretty hunky-dory. I think we will be able to squeeze out a win here pretty straightforwardly during the next session. However, that is going to be it for tonight, and I do hope you guys enjoyed. I'm having fun. It's always interesting to limit yourself a bit with conducts. So again, special thanks to Versailles for giving us this request for the stream. Until next time, I am signing out. Did you know that there are many ways that you can help support this channel? Read about them on rosecrypto.com/support. At Rose Crypto, you can learn all about cool things like the Brave web browser, Bitcoin, and other cryptocurrencies. Thanks for watching, and don't forget to like and subscribe.